Hello there. Let's see if everything is going well. I've had a few stream mishaps recently, so just double checking some things. Okay, cool. Seems okay. So how's everybody doing? Sorry for the late start. I'll explain in a second. Time for images from Houston and Starfront. Yeah, definitely. Hello, Cosmic Ray. Hello, Benji. Seestar long baseline interferometry. Maybe. No, not today. Not interferometry, but hello, Aiden. Good evening. Clouds in the Poconos. That's too bad. Processing on the laptop and watching on the phone because the laptop can't handle both. That's rough. I mean, since I'm now streaming from my laptop. I'm afraid I probably wouldn't be. I'm not sure I'll be able to do like live processing streams with this setup because it probably wouldn't work well, or it would drop like crazy. Yeah, it's unfortunate. No, here star to get through the. Or radio, yeah, Radio Star, satellite dish for your backyard. Hello, Misfits. Good evening. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I was delayed a little bit. I'll get to it shortly. The telescopes, but I'd set up everything here. I'd set up the telescope at Starfront. Well, I didn't have to set it up. I just kind of opened it up. And I was trying to get polar alignment on my local Seestar and the refractor. Ran into a few little snafus, so, but I think it's reasonably okay now. So we will see. Everything should be... Earlier I ended up having to reboot my laptop. So I'm just double checking that everything looks okay. Yeah, about to get there. Okay, cool. We've got multiple telescopes in multiple locations coming to you live. Yeah, enough chit-chat images. Yeah. Hello, Tariff. Good evening. All right, so let's get to the images. Let me switch to... hopefully this doesn't do something weird. Of course it did. Give me a sec here to bring up. Let's see. The problem is because this particular computer, it plugs and unplugs. It's like because of the hot plug, the monitor gets confused. And I was running OBS, but here we are. I actually had a, oh, hello, Dynamo. It's good evening. It's quite a late evening. Thanks for joining. So this was the local Seestar that I was getting set up with polar alignment, and this is a live view at Starfront. You need a video toaster. Nice. I vaguely remember those. But yeah, you can see, oh man, there was one other thing. I was going to decrease the stretch, but I don't think I want to restart it right now. Yeah. Zappa. Yeah, it was, when we had the snow a few weeks ago, and the dogs were outside and they came back in, I told the kids, don't eat the yellow snow. And I'm like, it's a song. Anyway. They didn't see the humor in it, but anyway. Okay, so yeah, so there were issues, I think, with slippage, or the plate may have hit the corners of the Seestar. It has like little rubber feet, and if the plate was big enough that I was kind of concerned about that, and I think it ended up hitting one of the corners last night, which may have been why it was having issues because it looks like it had slipped. They took it down, tightened it up. The alignment's a little out now, but I think it's good enough for tonight. I said if they were gonna, I'm just checking the ticket. If they were in building 6 tonight, they could align it, but in the meantime, we're just gonna get going. All right, so one thing I wanted to do first thing before I run out of time. Oh, good evening, Stan. How's it going? While I'm bringing up Stellarium, for those, don't forget to like the video because it does help a lot with live streams. So one thing I wanted to do before, because now since I'm doing running the telescopes here and at Starfront, my big constraint is going to be my skies, not from a light pollution point of view, although that's a constraint, but also just from visibility. So there were some targets I wanted to kind of run on both Seestars, but I want to you drive a hard bargain, Cosmic Ray. We're getting to it. So what? Oh man. See, this is what stinks about my skies. Orion is almost already behind, and I'm not sure, was I going to do Orion? Because I have like a comparison list side by side. Yeah, I'm going to do Orion first. Just 10 minutes real fast, just as a warming up exercise, as it were. And then I think I'm going to move on to dryers. And actually the Seagull's already kind of up, so we might point the refractor at that. But first, let's, oh, something, satellite photobombed us over there. Okay, so, image, M42. And again, I'm just gonna, maybe I'll do 15 minutes. I'll just do 15 minutes, just to start with. That was kind of slow. 15 minutes. Light pollution, everything else should be good. And this one we can do the same, and I'll get them going side by side here. Image. $15 minutes. I'm gonna go back. Maybe I'll run it at 110, just no, I'll run it at 80. I'll run it at 80. Okay. This one's already Zynga. It's already so I'm gonna separate this, unseparate. I'm gonna separate this, and I'm gonna separate, come on, separate, and there we go. Okay, so this is Starfront, and this is local. It's got 2 frames on the right. It's still, oh, it didn't autofocus? I thought it was already calibrated. Darn it. Maybe I'll go ahead and stop this one. Okay. Oh, I was maybe a little fast off the... Well, that's fine, because then we can give the other one a head start. 15 minutes. I'm not necessarily going to do this every time it's more about, since this is only the second night I've run this. Okay. So... Okay, that's the live view on the left. We're up to 4 frames on the right. So this will be a good first test. Oh, hello, Ron. Good evening. Lots of high clouds. That's unfortunate. We've had some of that recently too, and I was concerned that was going to be the case tonight, but okay, so still hasn't. That's actually the live view frame. Sometimes it takes a little bit. Oh, so that's 4 frames on the left and 9 frames on the right. Okay. Well, we're off to the races. Already blown out a lot of the core. I mean, the stretch is a little different because of the coloring, but... And the one thing is, since we're running a light pollution filter on this, I mean, it does mitigate a little bit of the light pollution, but not a tremendous. Yeah. your one's on the Starfront. Yeah. That might be a safe bet, but still, it's interesting doing a side-by-side, because otherwise these should be very highly similar scopes. They're both in equatorial mode. The only difference, very similar latitude, so within 1 degree latitude and a bit of longitude, so really the object should be about the same height in the sky. So really the only difference should be Bortle 1 versus 9. Yeah, how am I going to keep track of... I was actually thinking about that this morning when I was downloading all the data. I'm like, I am going to have to make sure I label it appropriately, like where the data came from. And yeah. Like I was saying, don't forget to like the video earlier. I said that. Wow. Yeah, and also the other thing is the Seestar, its polar alignment's a little off, mostly because they had to take it off the equatorial mount to kind of tighten things down today. Yeah, off to the races. Yeah. Good evening, Misty. How's it going? Thanks for joining. It's, yeah, so this is an interesting test. Used an image much better. I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, given the light pollution filter, does help mitigate a lot of the light pollution. I mean, it does mitigate a lot of the frequencies, but it's obviously not perfect. One thing I need to look into is the stretch is a little... The Gragspert stretch that we're using internally is kind of... Sometimes it does this little color cast to it. Yeah, yeah, it's like you see a lot more fine detail over here and in here, like the fainter stuff you can definitely see more of. Definitely a lot more. And you can see more detail in the you might want to lower the gain on M42. Well, actually, I think I did put both of them at 80, which is the default. So, I mean, because I think that sensor in the Seestar, it's kind of a good gain for them to be at. Let me check something here real quick. Oh, when it was dropping, I'm not going to monitor the ticket all night, but I just wanted to, just in the off chance. But I'm not going to, because they might not be, I mean, let's see. Wow, looks nice and dark there. I don't see any red lights out in any of the buildings right now. Or try 5-second subs, yeah. I might, although what was I doing? Oh, never mind. That was when I was doing Orion with the refractor. I was able to kind of adjust the histogram and actually bring out the trapezium. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And yeah, it looks like it's blowing it out. I mean, it's like, I mean, a lot of it could be fixed using the fit files. And yeah, definitely the green. And it was weird yesterday because like it would go green and then it would kind of, stop. I mean, the green would go away. So it was kind of odd, but yeah, so far. Yeah, it's interesting. Like this star is haloing more than over here, but maybe because it's got yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like there's a lot of nebulosity here. Yeah, well, and it's using the Graxpert code. Yeah, ophthalmology does. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, but I mean, you can like in these fainter areas here, you can definitely see a lot more detail in this one. You can see the running man is much brighter. There seems to be some nebulosity coming here. One of the ones I'm kind of excited to try again is Dryer's Nebula. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I think we're going to do Dryer's next. I'm not going to do the witch head. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do Dryer's. So one of the things I did last night is I did this, it's a fairly difficult nebula for me called Dryer's Nebula. And I hadn't really had any luck ever imaging that before. But last night from Starfront, I imaged it, and then Aiden was volunteered to do some processing of it. And let me see, he didn't restack it, but just reprocessed it. Sorry, I'm like losing my bearings because I had closed the window that has the images in it. So this one is only going to run about 3-4 more minutes, and then we'll move on to dryers. I think Cosmic Ray will be happy with more data on the dolphin head would be cool. But see, like, I think from here there's no point in doing the dolphin head, so I think I'm going to just do dryers, and there'll be time to do the dolphin head. I need to look at in Stellarium to see where it is in the sky. Yeah, air at Houston, dirtier. Yeah, it's well, it is. We've made the list of fairly polluted cities in the past. This is what this was the dryers that with the data that I had, which wasn't a ton, kind of some processing that Aiden had done, and I think Cosmic Ray will like this because it's got a lot of dark nebulosity in there, so I'm going to try to get a lot more data on that one. And it's also kind of this neat blue nebula that really showed up nicely. So we'll try that, get more data on that. Hello, Hot Cheetos, how's it go? Hello, Hot Cheetos, how's it going? Thanks for joining. Let me see. All right. Oh, nice. That's cool. That's cool. No processing. Well, I need to see how long I can run it because I was pretty happy with the results. I was just getting right out of the telescope. So I think if we do more time, it'll be cool. But that does remind me what Hot Cheetos mentioned about the Pleiades. See, I already can't image the Pleiades from here. They're already behind a building. So I'm going to add that to the list of something to try from Starfront. Because basically there's some things I want to do kind of side by side, but then there's things I want to do that are going to be Starfront only because the object's either too faint or it's just not even visible right now because it's behind a building. So yeah, we've dropped the same number of frames, slightly more frames on the right, but essentially about the same. And definitely also showing kind of the stars are brighter and showing more detail. This is already over, and this will be done in like a minute. So what would the Mona Lisa look like after process? Probably wouldn't have that smile. I'm gonna bring the eyebrows. That's funny. Hey, Hot Cheetos. Okay, so let's see how much time I have to image. I had actually thought about doing Casper the Friendly Ghost, but I'm not sure that I'll do that. Let's see if there's anything down here that could be imaged. The dolphin is here. See, that is a challenging target for here. So I'm going to skip that. Oh, neat. You got some IFN. that's really cool. IFN is basically kind of intergalactic dust, and certain targets, when you image them, you can actually, if you can pick it up. Oh, here's the angel. That was another one that we mentioned yesterday. Maybe that might have to wait for another day. I'm gonna see dryers here. Let's see how long I can image that from here. From Starfront, I can image it much longer. I could do it a full hour here. So let me do it for a full hour. Let me try that. Oh wow, what do you know? They're both pointing at the same neutral position, which means that's good. Okay, so I'm gonna go image. Sometimes this, let me see. Why does it keep doing that? Yeah, it does have some really neat shades of blue. It was a really cool target, so definitely want to try that out. So let's see if I can do that and that, and I did it without with the light pollution filter. So let's shut off the light pollution filter. I wonder if I should do a higher gain with the local one. I'm tempted to leave it with a higher gain, and I'll do an hour for both. Although I might end up stopping the local one just out of awkwardness. I have an interesting, funny nebulosity. Yeah, kind of. Okay. I'm just making sure I have everything ready to go. An hour, 80. Gonna do, like I say, I'm gonna do a higher one here. So go and switch to live. All right, cool. Dryer's wetter nebula. I mean, it is kind of an interesting it is an interesting nebula, just the coloring of it. Plus, you should like this cosmic ray. It's got all this dark nebulosity here. I mean, it I was pretty happy the way it turned out with the exposure I had, but tonight should be just that much better. Yeah, the NGC 1752. I have both of the Seestars going, but I've got a refractor. Let me go look at the refractor in a sec once these are imaging. Okay. Oh, look at that. It's dropped more frames on the left, and it still has more detail, or maybe this hasn't loaded yet. I hope this doesn't end up one of these things where it drops a lot. You can already see some of the blue right there. Yeah, so hopefully it won't drop a lot. Meanwhile, the one on the right. Yikes. Did not like stacking images in YouTube at the same time. Ouch. Yeah, starless auto stretch on the live stream. Let's look. And then I'm gonna go to the refractor to start pulling stuff. Oh, that's interesting. So this is the why? So this is the starless version of the nebula. So you can see a lot of there's a lot of reflection nebulosity in there. Why isn't that working? Weird. What do I see? Let's see where. For some reason, my some things have been acting up for me. It was kind of a bit frustrating earlier. Oh, I got photobombed. Are you kidding me? Ah, Starlink, probably Starlink, right up the middle. Yeah, yowza. Do you image after imaging them? Sometimes, but I end up kind of lazy and not doing it. But I have a massive backlog. Hello, SMA Sky. Good evening. Thanks for joining. 45 minutes at f2.8. Cool. Cool. Peep back at you. Drop last frames help. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. I wrote it down and yeah, I think there's some stuff I need to do with live view, and it would be a good opportunity to do it. NGC 604. Let me look at some of these. 1752. NGC 1752 and NGC 604. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. The problem is I won't be able to do the witch head side by side. But I could actually try doing the witch head, but I'm not sure if I'll get to it. Because I already have such a long list of targets that I haven't really been able to image. But yeah, so what's funny is like there's this this streak up the middle. It's gradient, I think. I mean, it's gradient because there isn't, the light pollution filter isn't on this right, on either scope. And so, yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell that this area is starless and this area is starless, but you really can't see this dark nebula structure. And I think I can see a little bit of blue tinge here, but that's about it. And you can't see nearly as many stars, even though it's, again, like same target, same height in the sky, more or less. Just two different Bortles, 1 versus 9. Yeah, let me, I'm going to bring up Stellarium off screen so I don't interrupt this. But don't forget to like the video if you haven't already. It does help with these live streams. Okay. Man, there are so many targets that I'd kind of given up on here. Speaking of things that I haven't been able to get to, I need to try to get to the Seagull Nebula. What do I want to do? NGC 17, was it 52? 52. That is, of course, something I cannot image here, but it is visible at Starfront because it's behind a building. And same thing. Oh, that's an H2 region. Oh, it's an NGC 604 is an, right, it's a H2 region in the Triangulum. Triangulum galaxy. So that's cool. And oh yeah, NGC 1752 is a galaxy that's embedded in the Witch Head, which I did not realize there was. I guess I'd missed that. So in the Witch Head here, there's a few little galaxies here, and one of them is actually not even that dim. I'm tempted to try that one, honestly, which would also give me part of the Witch Head. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try that one because that's kind of interesting. Yeah, stack. So you can capture. Yeah, I mean you wouldn't necessarily need that many. Yes, it should be easy with a satellite eliminator. There's some in the SETI Astro tools that seem to work pretty well. So this one seems to be pretty a fairly tight line that should be easy enough to remove. See, this is the problem. I've tried to image this before, and I did like 40 minutes, and I got like effectively nothing. So you can already see what it's like after 7 minutes on the right. But like some of these really faint targets that you don't necessarily want to use the light pollution filter for, it's really hard to image with the kind of light pollution I've got. Whereas here, it's just like you can see the dark nebula, and then there's another pocket here, and you can even start to see this dark nebulosity in here that can I, there. Whereas yeah, you really don't see it there. But yeah, this is some more dark nebulosity, and then this is a big bunch of it right here. Yeah, there's I like that. There's an Iron Dome over Houston. Yep. 28, 38. Yeah, it does. Like there's so many. There's so many there. Like, and one thing that I want to try to do is run this through cosmic clarity, which really tightens up the stars. I think it'll really kind of sparkle, if you will, near Electra. The problem is I can't image the Pleiades, but I can do it from Starfront. So let's look at that and see where that is. UGC 2838. Yeah. And it's 16th magnitude. That should work pretty quickly. Maybe I'll center it on Electra, and then the galaxy will be in the frame. I mean, honestly, I think it'll be I think it'll be okay. Because it's a fairly bright, I say fairly bright. I mean, I've imaged it from here, things that dim from here, and it wasn't too difficult. 2838, center it on Electra. Let's see. Yeah, there's so many targets. Like, one of the other things that I've really struggled to image here was the hidden galaxy. IC 342, which is it would actually be the third brightest galaxy in the sky, except it's behind some of the Milky Way's dust, and so it makes it really hard to see. And I think I've gotten like a hint of something there here, but Gino should pick out some 27th magnitude. I don't know. That might be too much. Yeah, that might be. 3338. See, some of these targets, they're interesting, but they're, with the Seestar, they're so small. So that's why I need to get another telescope at Starfront. Oh no, take it back. That looks cool. That looks cool. Oh, speaking of which, so one thing I ran last night is I ended up running this M101, one of the Messier galaxies, for like hours, and it kind of had a yellow cast to it. So Jay Kelly kind of sharpened it up a little bit and removed some of the yellow cast, and that's what I got from Starfront last night. That is a lot of detail in that galaxy. Yeah, maybe. I've tried to. Yeah, when I was listening or trying to pick music, I tried to get things that were kind of neutral, because they had ones that were like, you know, kind of ambient but then like suspenseful. Like, they had multiple kind of tags on it, and I was trying to avoid some of the ones that were less chill, as it were. But yeah, I mean, the X-File, I mean, that's going through my head now, but I mean, that's a good tune, melody. Only objects you have seen at the eyepiece. Selling the Nikon tomorrow. Cool. What time's hearing processing? Yeah, I mean, this was actually basically what it came out of the scope. I'm not sure if I have the image handy, but it wasn't too bad. Like, it had all that detail. It was more about kind of getting some of the background background noise out of it. Yeah. It's funny, like, you see this thing up the middle, it's like, oh no, that's not nebulosity, that's just gradient. Yeah, it's just, and it looks like there could be dark nebula here, but not really that much. So it's even hard to tell where there's dark nebula and not. Just kind of a drag. So I was having these issues yesterday. Or I was having issues earlier today where I couldn't I was having problems with Discord trying to share some video. I ended up rebooting my computer But now I'm trying to check out what's on Discord. Oh, okay, now it's working. I had to completely disconnect for some reason. But yeah, so we have that challenge going on with the the Seagull Nebula. So I wanted to try to get some time on it tonight with the refractor. I'm not sure. I might not get that much time on it. I might end up having to do it with the Seestar at Starfront. But what else did it? There was something else I was going to mention about the Discord server. Yes. Oh, yeah. So the so people are always, sharing streams, and like here Aiden is doing some photo processing of Pleiades. I asked that like Pleiades, but yeah, he's doing some photo processing. This is Jeff is imaging Horsehead and Flame, and Turf is imaging Jupiter, and so like there's always not always, but there's often something being streamed there. So it's definitely you should check it out if you haven't already. But one of the other things is I need to remember to always plug this. If you have Nitro, so people share images that they've taken on the Discord server, but it has there's a kind of, I don't know what they call it, kind of a subscription called Nitro. You get server boosts. If you have any extra server boosts, try if you have server boosts to spare, boost the Discord server. Consider boosting the Discord server, because if we get to level the next level, we have 3 boosts right now. If we get to level 2, then the attachment size gets larger. So it's because people have already been running into this issue with trying to share some astrophotographs. Some of them can be quite large, and so Discord won't take them. And so if you haven't joined the Discord server, I highly you should check it out. But also, if you have Nitro boosts to spare, if you would consider boosting the server, because we're like basically halfway there, and then it'll unlock, like I say, bigger attachments, which has been kind of frustrating for some people when we're trying to share images, and it's like Discord said it's too big of an image, and usually it's just like a little bit too big. Like I think the limit's 10 megabytes, and somebody, you'll try to upload like a 12 megabyte, and it's like, nope, sorry, can't do it. So I need to plug that more often. Hello, Hein, how's it going? Thanks for joining. Oh, you found a galaxy in the second photo. Cool. Okay, I'll check that out. Give me a sec. Let me go back to our comparison. Wow, and this one has dropped more. And yet, like, look at the difference between the two. That's crazy. I may or may not stop this one on the right. Or maybe I'll let it run the whole time. They'll fix it as soon as possible. Well, so that is interesting. So that suggests that there is a possible software fix for it. And I think it was Stephen Fox got that error actually on his S50 recently. He was with that sensor disconnect issue. So I wonder if there's some kind of, which I found kind of interesting. He's had it for a while, and just He's only had it that one time, but it was the same error. Yeah, the Flame Nebula was there. A booster car wash, yeah. Yeah. Or a booster-thon. It's good. The denoising. Oh, I mean, I had an issue. Did you drop? I had an issue recently where I was running the denoise in Graxpert, and I ran out of RAM on my laptop, and it just, everything just started, like, I think my browser crashed because of low memory, and it was terrible. Yeah. So a lot of stars. It is amazing how many more stars there are. And the one on the right has higher gain. Or no, I ended up, or no, maybe I did. I think I did leave it with higher gain. And yeah, still can't do it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hi, Dane. Glad you could catch this. Yeah, this is the first, because it was cloudy here last night, or like kind of intermittent clouds. And so I didn't take anything out, any telescope out. So this is the first real side-by-side. And it's actually kind of an interesting test when I think about it, because I mean, the setup's pretty, I mean, they're both on equatorial mode, physically within a few hundred miles of each other. So same position in the sky, because we're imaging at the same time, or similar position in the sky. And so all the other factors should be almost identical, except for the Bortle. And this one on the left, the polar alignment isn't as good, and I might end up having to send a plate if it ends up continuing to hit the corner. Either that, or I'll have to see if we can remove the rubber feet from it, if that would help. But yeah, so we'll see. Oh, hello, Qubits. How's it going? Stars big and bright. Although, like, latitude-wise, we're almost the same latitude. Like, I'm 29 and a half, and they're like 31 degrees north. So it's really not too much of a difference. C3, let me look. Oops. Come on. Sometimes it's picky about. Let's see. Oh, it is visible. Oh, that's an interesting one. Let me remove that. Oh, it's kind of a flattened one. Huh, that's an interesting one. Only 2 clear starts on Saturday, Sunday, but it'll be wet and cold and windy. That's yeah, no, nights. Yeah, that's, luckily the winds are pretty calm here right now. I think Cheeto is actually getting all these from Stellarium. I think he wants me to try to image some of these. I mean, I know he wants me to image some of these. And I need to, I have a list. C3. Yeah. So we're about halfway done through this this Seestar Bake Off. And yeah, the one on the right hasn't really. I mean, I think there are some more stars, but with this gradient, I'd be hard pressed to tell if this is part of the gradient or part of the nebulosity coming through. It might be some of the nebulosity, like buried in the gradient. And then maybe there's some around here. But again, you wouldn't, just looking at that, you wouldn't be like, oh, there's nebulosity there. Just like this dark nebula here, you can, like if you knew it was there, you're like, yeah, I can see that there's no stars here. But here it's definitely very clear. So this will be good for oh, hello, Stephen. Good evening. Great sunshine. What was I gonna? I was gonna check to see. Speaking of sunshine, I was curious if Destin was streaming the sun. Yeah. Yeah, 13, the star. Is that a cluster? I'm not 100% sure. Half inch of dust. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of yeah. I mean, it's like when we were doing the tests when people have been oh man, no sunshine stream. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it just reminded me sunshine. But yeah, it like when people were sharing their Seestars on stream and they're in like Bortle 3, 4, 5, it was always such a stark difference between setups. But it's interesting. It still is interesting to see how stark the difference is with the exact same telescope. And just out of the scope, how much you can see. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I should bundle this up and offer it to Bray. Maybe as in return for a free month or something. I didn't say that. Yeah. And because, you know, I guess there's also the hands-on aspect, you know, like somebody else is renting their Seestar. And it's but like these are ones that I used to run right next to each other, and one of them went to a nice home in upstate Texas. And the difference is amazing. It's really amazing. Let me look at 13 Coma Bernices. I have a feeling it's something I can't image here. Why do I do this sometimes? 13 Coma. Oh, I misspelled it. Okay, also known as that. Where is it? Now it's behind a building. Yeah, I mean, it does look like kind of an open cluster. Yeah, it looks like an open cluster. Like around here. It might be, it very well might be. Yeah, explain. Gotta get some expert. Yeah, exactly. Let me bring back the. Wow. Yeah, even though this is dropping, and this one has 3 more minutes of data, It's not helping. And plus, I think the one on the right has higher gain. I think I ended up doing higher gain on that. Yeah, this one's got higher gain as well, and it's still not even, yeah, it's not even close. Not even in the same ballpark. Which, you know, which I knew, but it's nice to kind of have a more tangible comparison. I mean, we've done other tangible comparisons before, but here's yet another comparison just showing the stark difference. And this is with reflection. Like with a really bright target and an emission nebula, like the Orion Nebula at Starfront was better, but the one from here wasn't terrible. Like between it being very bright and the kind of the narrowband filter, just like when I've been imaging with my refractor, like the narrowband filter does wonders for the light pollution, but I mean there is a limit. Croc eyes, 13,967. I end up, this keyboard is, I don't use this keyboard often enough. And I always, yeah, that's cool. It's just, it's kind of tiny, but the overall cluster, it was like the Coma B cluster. That I was imaging a little bit yesterday. That was pretty cool. Yeah. Problem is it's kind of, I mean, for the Seestar. Now for the refractor, that might be an interesting target. And it's not too dim. Yeah. I don't know. I think there was some slippage, and the person who was doing who took a look at it, he said, I was wondering if the plate hit the rubber feet in the corner, because like the way they have the little corner rubber feet, depending on, like if you have a longer plate, it'll hit those feet. So I tried to get one that was shorter, but maybe it wasn't short enough, and it did look like it might have run into it or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I don't know what these SNRs. I think we need to revisit, because there have been times where this one actually had a better SNR, not with this target, but before. Can you control? Hello, iVideo Game Boss. Yes, and actually that's what I'm doing right now. But not with. Well, it depends. If you have a Mac laptop or desktop, one of the Apple Silicon ones, you can actually run the iOS iPad app on your computer. And I've done that, and it works fine. But if you like this is the iPad app right here. It's not connected to anything right now, but it works fine. But what I'm running here is third-party open source software that can control the Seestar. And so yeah, so that's what I generally use. Yeah, unnamed star cluster. Let me take a look really quick. Let me pop this back in for a moment. Let us see. Oh, wow. I wonder if it does have a name. Yeah, this is, I mean, surely this has a name, this cluster. But, I don't know. Looks cool. But surely it, but maybe it doesn't. I mean, there are like little groups that, yeah, and sometimes people find nebulas that, yeah, like the video. Yes, don't forget to like the video if you haven't already, because it does help these live streams a lot. So let me check something here. All right. Yeah. Yeah, and actually that's what I run locally. What the one Seestar that's on, well, I mean that I'm running here. I use the leveler on it, and I've heard of people using kind of like a little shim, just to kind of give a little spacing so it clears, and I might have to do that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's, the S30, it is, yeah, I mean, the downside, like I say, I mean, I use this third-party software all the time, but, and there's lots of people who use it, but, if you want to run the first-party software, yeah, a phone, a tablet, it'll run on a tablet. Any Android or iOS device it'll run on, and it will run on Mac laptops. Yeah. Is it? I think it's updating. It's just, I think it just, it's, I mean, this is the problem I run into, like all image, and it just doesn't seem to get any better. Yeah, my voice is booming. It's like, that's cool. Good track of blue hair. Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, this is, I don't know how many, I'm not necessarily going to do this every time, but this side-by-side comparison, but it is an interesting one. Definitely shows, and in fairness, so like the left is Bortle 1, the right is Bortle 9. Like I mean, it depends on the target, but you know, like other targets, I mean, this is a particularly difficult target for me, just because it's I can't use the light pollution filter and it's kind of dim. But if you're in darker skies, not necessarily Bortle 1, but in between, it's more doable. of a target than it is for me. So yeah, so that's and this is for those who missed it. It's this is Dreyer's Nebula. So you've got some nice faint nebulosity here, nice reflection nebula, some dark nebulosity right there and up here, and then same setup, a Seestar in equatorial mode running here. It's the light up the center is just a gradient, and it is starting to show more stars, like in this corner, and down here and here. It is there's more stars starting to show up, but nebulosity is kind of hard to tell with a gradient. It's this is a root beer from local grocery store chain in Texas, H-E-B. Which, if I recall correctly, kind of started in a part of Texas that isn't too far from Starfront. I mean, as far as things in Texas go, it's not too far, I think. It was more central Texas where they where H-E-B started. Stephen is can neither confirm nor deny that might be associated with me. My name is not my legal name is not Random Erewhon or Erewhon, at least not yet. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Now there's sometimes someone in the chat, or there's often someone in the chat whose name is Steven. So Random Erewhon could be less confusing. Yeah. That's one thing I need to look at, and I might look at. So one of the things with I don't necessarily want to do. I wasn't planning on doing live streams every day. I just wanted live streams to be more consistent, live observing streams, and my hope is that I'll have extra nights where I'm not live streaming, but it's clear at Starfront, where I can do things like that of trying to kind of tune things more, maybe, because yeah, I mean, like, I was messing around with the stretch settings, but that was based on my light pollution, and I think people who have, like, you know, kind of in between, it's been fine too, but maybe for Starfront, there might be some tuning that needs to be done. Because yeah, like, you don't see any gradient with this over here, or at least nothing significant. Yeah, I swear there is some, like, wisps of nebulosity down here, but yeah, I think there is. But again, if you were looking at this and didn't have something to compare it to, you wouldn't necessarily know that. Just like, yeah, around here, there's some faint nebulosity, but it's definitely more visible over here. And then, like, it's really hard to tell where the dark nebula ends on the right. Back in my day. Back in my day, we didn't have technology. No. We didn't even have telescopes. No, not quite. I had to walk uphill 5 miles to look through the telescope both ways. No, it wasn't that bad. But, you know, it was only film-based astrophotography, so I never really did anything with it. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, hello, Seiko. Good evening. Yeah, I have clear skies tonight, both locations, no moon interfering. And so we're doing a Dryer's Nebula on both. And, I mean, because Dryer's is an interesting one for me because I've tried it before from Houston, and it's just been terrible. As you can see, you really don't get anything. But yeah, with, you know, started them at the same time, I'm actually dropping more frames on the Starfront one, and yet, yeah, it's still, so this one has, yeah, like 10% more data, and it's still not, it's not enough. Yeah, so wait, certified grab Baron. Yeah, I was always told how to walk 20 miles in a snowstorm. Yeah, image capture with parchment and charcoal. How do you walk uphill both ways? You know, it's funny that, like, that was a joke about, you know, people exaggerating. And I was talking to my mom about it, who did grow up in an area that was snowy and hilly. And did the, you know, walk uphill both ways. And she said, actually, it was for her but it was also downhill. Like, there were uphill stretches both ways because it was hilly. So technically she did walk uphill both ways in the snow. But yeah, but also downhill. So that kind of, I don't know if that counts or not, but you can say without lying that you walked uphill both ways. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. I mean, there were some photography websites out there, but yeah. And a lot of it was, you know, photos they weren't, like, a lot of the photos I remember seeing, they weren't taken with digital cameras back then. They were taken with film cameras, and then people would have the negatives scanned or the prints scanned. I know I remember doing that where I would get a roll processed at the Pro Lab, and they'd scan it for you. It's like old school. Yeah. The grass, she had to also. Yeah, my mom. I mean, my mom didn't. She didn't say that she had to do it, but when I was, like, joking about that, she's like, "Well, I actually technically did have to walk uphill both ways." Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, yeah, definitely. Oh, Photomat. Yeah. Yeah, back in my day. Well, some of it I joke about it, but it is, you know, when I talk to my kids about stuff, I'm like, oh gosh. Anyway, yeah. So I set these up for an hour each, and we're almost there, actually. So I haven't actually used the refractor yet, but that's okay. If I get to it, I get to it. Yeah, I only got like 8 more minutes, and yeah, yeah, it's yeah. No, I mean that's a whole nother story for another day. Yeah, what I want to do is see if there's another head-to-head thing that I want to do before I kind of start imaging separate things for the 2 scopes. And then I also have to prioritize things that I actually can image here. Yeah, look at that. See, I think the stretch, I need to look at that because it's like it's getting this, like it was doing this last night where it would start getting this green cast. And then it would go away. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's not the AI isn't always yeah. Sometimes the AI gives like really kind of goofy answers. Caldwell 50. Huh. Caldwell 50, let me see. See where that is as well. Whoa. Oh, the Rosette. Yeah, the Rosette's about to disappear here. So that might have to be another night to do a side-by-side on that one. Unfortunately. Let me see. I'm just looking at a variety of things. Who still produces films? I thought, like, does Kodak still produce it? Or Fuji? I mean, those were like the last 2, or the big 2. Oops. Yeah, you can buy it off Amazon, Kodak Film. There you go. Fuji? Not Fiji. I said Fiji, but Fuji. Yeah, Fuji Film. Yeah. Yeah, they still sell. Yeah, Kodak or Food. Walgreens has it. Wow. There you go. Yeah, Hyperfilm. Yeah, I remember Hyperfilm. Let me for people who aren't familiar with this, it is yeah, hypersensitized with hydrogen, photographic hypersensitization. So it was for those who haven't experienced the joys of film astrophotography. That's what people would go through to try to get good images. Oh wow. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I used to take, like, I was shooting film into the early 2000s, still quite a bit. And I was taking it to like pro labs for whatever reason. I think it was, some of it was I was using like non-standard, I mean, it wasn't like sometimes I'd get a better print from them, or usually I'd get a better print. Also, there were a few times where like the local labs, here's an example. I did astrophotography on film and made the mistake of taking it to a normal lab because I was like, it's no big deal, we'll see, and I can always get it reprinted. They cut the negatives like right in the middle of every frame because it was like all dark to them. They didn't see that there was like very dark photos there of like planets and galaxy, nebula, whatever. And they just like, so I think it was sometime after that I'm like, I can't do this. They just destroyed a bunch of like every fourth negative. Red cream soda, that sounds good. Huh. Yeah, and yeah, I know there's some like independent companies that do that. That's interesting. Hello, hello. How's it going? Thanks for joining. It's been a while. I see 2177. Let me look real quick because this is almost about to yeah, this is also about to go behind a building, unfortunately. Everybody hasn't soaked in to make it better. Yeah, no, I never got into that. Yeah, yeah, that's cool. Planet Erewhon was never discovered. Yeah. It was a missed opportunity for me, or Erewhon's comet. So yeah, so it's about to end. We have an hour of total time on target. Actually got almost 5 more minutes on the one on the right than the one on the left, but yeah, it's definitely a big difference in every way. More stars, more nebulosity, dark nebulosity. Yeah. And so that is the end of that target. So let's try to find something else. Yeah, it really was a huge difference. And even like the live view. And I have the one locally set to a longer preview exposure. This image session is useless. Yeah, it's kind of like it gives it a rating and it's like, you tried. IC342. Oh, this is the one that I want to image from Starfront, because this just does not even work from here. This is the one that's kind of behind a lot of Milky Way dust, I think. So let's see if there's something else that we could possibly image here. a side-by-side comparison. Yeah. 10,000th magnitude, never going to be discovered by Hubble, maybe. Hello, Icarus. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of crazy. It's working on the pinwheel tonight. Nice. Problem is, like, a lot of this stuff is rapidly rotating away or behind a building. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll go ahead and do some Rosette here while I can. And this will be another one where I'll use hydrogen alpha. So let's try this. And this, like I say, this will be a fairly short one because definitely won't be able to do an hour. Might be able to do 15 minutes. I'll try 15 minutes. Yeah, I've been getting some weird timeouts, and I have a theory. I need to look into that of why I'm timing out on this one. So, image, get that, get this. I think it should be able to pull it. Oh, there, I pulled it. Okay. I'll use light pollution filter. I'll do 20 minutes. We'll do 20 minutes on both. I'm going to leave this at the higher gain because that's the gain I've been running at recently. And I'll go live view and live view. And we'll get going. All right. Yeah, maybe try that. How many objects can you image from stellarium in a night? I mean, especially at Starfront, that definitely would be a lot more doable. Hello, Chris. How's it going? Yeah, right now I am imaging the kind of the core of the Rosette Nebula from Starfront and from my backyard. So yeah, we're doing side-by-side comparisons right now. Hello, Michael Evans. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on the target. 16:9, like film is sometimes 4:3, right? I think. Either. I mean, from my point of view, other people might have different opinions on that. Oh, hello, Dave. How's it going? Thanks for stopping by, for joining. What'd you miss? We are doing side-by-side comparisons of my two Seestars of the same target from my backyard and from Starfront Remote Observatory. So Bortle 1 versus Bortle 9. M46 as a cluster. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. and both of these are running unsupported EQ mode. So running with ALP in EQ mode. Now the alignment at Starfront, I mean, I just got it installed a couple days ago. Last night was the first light, and there's still some, like, there was some, I mean, I've run into this issue at home. There was like some plate slippage that they were kind of looking at, having to do with the quick release plate. It might have also been the rubber feet might have been interfering with it. So yeah. So it was dropping. If you see drops here, that's why. But otherwise, they're both in EQ mode, so you won't see field rotation. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can tell which one is. Yeah, it's like, let me think about this. Need electronic rendering deep sky. I like that. Yeah, I think what I heard is they're going to be doing a closed beta. So that's what I'd heard. And that was actually one of the things I'd mentioned to them at Starfront, because there's a few other Seestars there, but mine was the first one in equatorial mode. So it was kind of a learning experience for them. And I had mentioned that in case they hadn't been following it, that official EQ mode would probably be coming before too long. So they'll probably get more. Or the ones that are already there. I know some of them were talking about sending a wedge once it gets released. So yeah. Yeah. Well, and plus the signal, the noise isn't always, at least that number isn't always accurate, but yeah. Oh, it came out today? I mean, that's quite possible, but I think it was a closed beta. Because, like, I think they may have had a more open beta for the mosaic mode, and I guess too many people were sharing the results or something, and they kind of tightened it up, I guess. Sensor disconnect error is a feature. Hey, I mean, you know, a bug, what was it? A bug is just an undocumented feature. But yeah, definitely. I mean, that said, I've gotten great results from the Rosette Nebula from here. You know, I have the light pollution filter on. A lot of times it would only kind of look like that on the right, but with, you know, a little bit of histogram stretch, it would kind of, some of the colors would kind of pop more. But yeah, there's clearly a lot more going on the left. Although it is kind of annoying that auto stretch ends up with that kind of tint on it. I need to work on that. It's interesting. I dropped some frames there, but still doesn't really matter. Do they know I live stream? I did mention to them that I don't know if I explicitly mentioned live streaming, but I did mention that I have a YouTube channel. Yeah, the 5-hour photo. So this isn't I have to find the unprocessed one, but Jeff tweaked it and or just kind of got rid of some of the noise, and that's what came out of it. But it wasn't like a ton of processing. It was like a 5-minute tweak to get rid of some of the noise. Yeah, the target. This is like this is a bug in ALP having to do with the way and it's an EQ mode specific bug, and it's very frustrating to me because of the way I implemented the live view and the name resolution. EQ mode kind of breaks the it changed the way things work, but only EQ mode. So if you don't run your Seestar in EQ mode, I don't think you have this issue. That's kind of frustrating to me. Would Mosaic work with EQ mode? I'm guessing yes. I don't know if it's still going to do that spiral thing that they do now. I would guess yes, that they're probably going to do that. Yeah. Oh, you're taking off? Okay, well, good night. Thanks for joining, Hot Cheeto. Looks good with sensor disconnect all over it. Yikes. Actually, that reminds me, I've been not what do you call it? Sharing, like I usually do, Discord. So, Aiden's, no, Aiden. No, this is Benji is, processing some images, some target, and, Icarus is, imaging M101. Cool. Yeah, good night, Hot Cheeto. Hot Cheeto leaves with spicy Dorito shows up. That'd be funny. Yeah, so they're both equatorially mounted. Now, the one here is running kind of the same setup I've always run in equatorial mode. I mean, the same head, the same wedge, the same plate. And I did polar refinement on that one. Now the one at Starfront is running a Williams Optics wedge. The problem is, I think, although I'm not 100% sure, it might be, the plate might be too long, and it might be getting some interference with the corner feet, the rubber feet. That might be part of the problem. Also, the polar alignment's off a little out on the Starfront one, like it's about a degree out. And because it was closer last night, but because I suspected slippage of the plate, I asked them to take a look at it today during the day, and they pulled it down. I don't think they pulled down the wedge, but they pulled the telescope off the plate. They kind of realigned it and put it back up there. So in that process, I'm not surprised that it got bumped, a few maybe tens of arc minutes. And they haven't, I did the polar alignment and I saw that it was out, and they knew that it was possibly out, and I told them, I'll let you know. But I also said, if we don't get to it tonight, that's fine. Because it's clearly not, I mean, the results are still definitely working out pretty well. But that's why we're dropping, I think. I mean, it's just the second night, and I had these kind of issues with the others when I was running EQ mode here previously. If the plate wasn't tight, or if it was a little off and things were were bumping into it. I remember I had one night where I ended up, it wasn't in EQ mode, but I ended up like swapping out the space, the leveler, and I didn't realize it was completely dragging the the feet against the tripod, and it was just getting like, you know, 80% drop frames. And anyway, yeah. Oh, nice. Hello, Willy Billy. Good evening. Got back. Cool. First photos with S30. Congratulations. Dealing with gradients, have the tomato play shield up. Let me oh right, yeah. Because Icarus is getting like so much light in the backyard that was using a tomato kind of netting to kind of as a light shield. It's not enough to make a difference. I think their sunset is like 10 or 15 minutes later than mine. It's not. The satellites are definitely more visible. Yeah, I think I need to do something like that. I think I need to do that. Fiddles with it. Yeah. No, I mean, they've been very what do you call it? Accommodating and they've been great about it. And they did confirm what I had suspected, that there was an issue related to the plate, but I might have to do like a spacer. Yeah. Gearing or maybe play in the mechanism, because even when I'm in alt azimuth mode, I've noticed like when you have the level sensor, and maybe the level sensor isn't completely level within the case, but I've noticed where it'll be in level, the tripod will be level, but then as it rotates, it goes out of level. So yeah, it's the Rosette. So, yeah, Rosette. But I have the light pollution filter on. The one on the right, the one locally actually has a higher gain. It has 110 gain. One on the left is just the default 80 gain. I need to figure out why it's got the screencast on the local one. But otherwise it's yeah. And I only set this up for 20 minutes because here locally the Rosette's about to go behind a building. Yeah, the fall didn't hurt it. Yeah. I'm not even 100% sure which one of them I dropped. I don't remember if it was the A or B scope, but both, I mean, that was a long time ago, and both of them still work fine. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's, yeah. I think oh, there was another time. No, I think there was another time I dropped it. Yeah, memories. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, although I didn't want to push my luck with it, you know. Had a few showers. Yeah. For me, I because I don't generally leave mine out, if the conditions are even like remotely risky. But I have had them pretty soaked in dew a few times. Look for metal on the drain plug. Yeah. Just kind of comparing the two. Just looking at like some of the fine detail. Yeah. I think it's almost, yeah, because I only did 20 minutes because of, and yeah, no drop frames, but dropping quite a few frames on the one at Starfront, but yet it's still not making, it's still ahead as far as the amount of data. Although, kind of like with M42, I mean, it's still a big difference, but I feel like the light pollution filter gives it at least some fighting chance. They're both set to 10-second exposures. Once I get the Starfront scope kind of sorted out as far as its mount goes, I do plan on increasing that to maybe 20 seconds. But I'll probably increase it here as well, but I want to keep them kind of matched, at least in the short term, just so I can do these kind of side by sides. But I do plan on increasing the exposure time, and I'll have to see how it works here. Look, I might end up going to 15 seconds here, because I've had good luck with 15 seconds here. And at Starfront, I'll do whatever I can get away with there. That was another thing that I had heard from about the official equatorial mode. They're gonna officially support 60-second exposures. I think I had seen. The hardware is actually capable of it now. People with ALP have run more than 60-second exposures. It's just kind of a parameter you can send. Like I was saying, I was running 15-second exposures, which aren't an option, but it takes 15 seconds and it'll work. Yeah. 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 Let's see if I could get return it. It's like, why isn't this working like the other one is? Yeah, 60 seconds. Yeah. Although it'll be interesting to see with the mount. Okay, I think it's done. I think they're both done. Yeah, okay. They're both done. So let's see if there's something else. It'll be interesting to see with the mount if it's capable of... because I recall somebody who... What in the world? See, again, having problems with my my backyard. Then I won't have enough boost. Yeah. 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 It's I need to find another target. So let's see if there's something else that I can do a side by side. Yeah. see the neighbor's bathroom. Houston, we have a problem. It's a black hole, yeah. It's let's see. Double wedge cluster. I do want to try the snowman, but I think that would be a good one for side by side. But it's not enough time here before it goes behind a building. Yeah, I could do a parallax. I'd actually thought about, yeah, I don't know, for some things. Image of black hole, the images will be identical. Yeah. What can... Yeah, the problem... Oh, maybe I can do skull and crossbones. Let's do that. Although how far south is that? Let me try that. And for reasons that might become apparent, I'm gonna try giving the local one a head start. Just actually, yeah, let's see if I can even image this. And I will do I'll do half an hour. I won't go too crazy with it. And we'll use the light pollution filter. Do I want it to do an autofocus? I'll have it try to do an autofocus. So I'm gonna let this start and see if there's any problems with this. I'm hoping no. Yeah, the Houston one's linked up to the old database. Yeah, with the initial images. Yeah, I gotta update that firmware. Get the latest images. Okay. So I'll do 30 minutes, and I'll do the same stuff. Okay, so it's starting to image. Now, again, because of the light pollution filter, it starts showing results, and it's a reasonably bright nebula. So yeah, here after the first frame, it's showing some some stuff. So although the drop frame is kind of... I'm gonna let it go a few more frames, and then I'll kick off the Starfront one. One of the reasons I mean, it's not like super far south, but this is definitely one of the farthest south things I've imaged in equatorial mode, so I am just making sure that this one is acting sensibly before I send the telescope that's a few hundred miles away on the same mission. Okay, it's autofocusing. And you can actually see the nebula in the in the preview. I think that's a half-second exposure. Maybe a 1 second, but right. This might end up being the last side-by-side target I'm gonna do, but as far as them both imaging the same target for tonight, but then I'll work on something. I'll do something else. Do some other targets. Okay, so we've got 1 second, 1 frame, I should say. We should get the, okay, definitely get a lot more stars. Now the other one's already up to 2 minutes. I definitely see a lot of difference in the stars between the two, as far as just the sheer number of stars in the left one. Turbolax. Turbolax. No need to Ash Wednesday, need Seestar S50. Yeah. I recall at one point doing the math, trying to figure out for something relatively easy like the moon. But even then, yeah. And I think for other things in the solar system, I guess when I was thinking, or maybe I'd run across something. If you're looking at something further out in the solar system, you could like basically parallax based on Earth's movement, since Earth's orbiting at like 60,000 miles per hour or something like that. Like take 2 measurements of a planet against background stars, you know, and anyway, could use that method. Yeah, errors compound quickly. Around Dude Ranch and home for light polluted sea stars. Yeah, send the telescope to a better home in upstate Texas. Using serial to process, any recommendations on how long you to take a photo to get good results? It depends on the target, really, and your light pollution. If you have kind of middle light polluted skies, you know, Bortle 4 or 5, you won't have to image as long as I will for Bortle 9, and you'll have like less noisy images for the same amount of time. So and it kind of depends, I guess. So like for me personally, Like if it's a galaxy and I'm trying to get like the spiral arms, sometimes those are fainter and you need more time. Same thing with nebulas. There might be brighter areas and you need more time to get the fainter areas. Start with 500 hours. Yeah, I don't know if I'd take that recommendation, but yeah, it really would depend. I mean, it's the kind of thing where you could kind of experiment with it. And also for most every target, you can always use more data, more time to get better results. It's just diminishing returns sometimes. Yeah, there's no such thing, but it is diminishing returns after a while. Oh, and hello, Wiley Site. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it is. It can be very addictive. But here's an example of like, I mean, this is Bortle 1 versus Bortle 9. I almost said Bortle 10, but that isn't a thing. Although maybe mine should be classified as 10. And so the scope on the right has gotten slightly more exposures than the one on the left, but yet you can see a lot more detail here because it's gotten more signal. So it depends on what you're imaging. You know, I mean, I guess for me, a lot of times a good rule of, I don't want to even call it a rule of thumb, heuristic, is when I was imaging, like I would just look at the live preview, like whatever is there. But if it's really almost impossible to see with that, you probably won't be able to, you might be able to improve it a bit, but it's not like it's just going to end up like really great. So yeah, you have to kind of roughly see what you're imaging. Like this one on the right, you can see kind of some structures here that are more prominent on this one. But if you were to process this, you might be able to bring out some detail here, but it's also going to be like really grainy. So a lot of times that's a symptom of just you need more time on it. The good thing is if you're doing serial, you can image something over multiple nights and then just kind of combine it all. And then get better result. Yeah. It's like a sponge. It's got to be wrung out. Oh, nice. That's pretty good. That's really close. Oh gosh. What rig? I mean, again, I guess it depends on what you're wanting to do. There's so many choices out there. I mean, a common thing you see a lot of people do is they go with refractors, like a smaller, not smaller than the Seestar, but a small refractor that's bigger than the Seestar. And actually in the all-sky camera right below, the telescope on the right is actually a 75 millimeter refractor that I haven't actually used tonight. I got it polar aligned, but I haven't used it because I've been glued to the comparison between the Seestars. But yeah, it can add up quickly because the problem is like, you know, you could spend $500 or $600 on the scope, but then you need a camera, which could be $200-300 to $1,000 and up. You can get a good one for, probably $300-400. If you want it cooled, it's a little bit more expensive. Then you have to have a mount. If you don't have a mount, those are start at hundreds of dollars and go up from there. But if you have a small refractor, you don't need like a super heavy duty mount. Yeah, and then you have to have some way to control the camera. So you get you would get something like what I'm running on the refractor downstairs is just a cheap B-Link mini PC, kind of like a Intel Nook kind of small little computer. Or people get like ASI Airs, which is by ZWO, but the problem with who make the Seestar, but the problem with that is you can only use Seestar, ZWO cameras with it, which actually reminded me, like you don't necessarily have to do an astro camera right off the bat. A lot of I'll see people, they'll do refractor, or they'll do a wide, a fast lens with like a DSLR or mirrorless, and they get good results from that. So it's, you don't necessarily have to jump into a full telescope setup, especially if you have like a camera already. In which case then you'd probably end up with like a star tracker. Like you don't have to off the bat, but then yeah, it's one of those things. It's choose your own adventure. There's a lot of different routes. Yeah, the planets, hello Graphlight. They, at this point, Saturn is now too close to the sun. And so that really only, and Venus is starting to get close. I guess it's still far enough away. And so it's not as kind of, and even then when they were aligned, it was more kind of across the sky. So you would see Venus and Saturn near kind of low to the west after sunset. Jupiter would be overhead, and then Mars would be to the east, and then Uranus and Neptune were kind of in there, but you couldn't see them without binoculars or a telescope. But now Saturn's kind of too close to the sun, so yeah, it's kind of out. But Jupiter, Venus, and Mars are still in the evening and are very bright, so definitely worth kind of looking at them. Yeah, no, denoise. Yeah, I know. There's some. You enjoy the pain of processing. Yeah, sorry, I'm a few minutes behind on the chat, but oh yeah, thanks. And if you haven't joined the Discord server, I haven't plugged it, but it's definitely, if you use Discord, it's definitely worth checking out, because if you have questions and stuff, like there's plenty of people who have advice, suggestions, and so yeah, definitely worth checking out. Plane wave, yeah, plane wave. Although I was thinking about that recently. Somebody was talking about a plane wave, and well, I'll get to that in a second if I remember. Hello, Kemp. Welcome. What are you looking at? Sorry. It is, what we are doing here is we are, I'm imaging the same target. It's called the Skull and Crossbone Nebula. It's to the south. It depends on where you live. Where I am in Texas, it's to the south. Not I guess reasonably low. And I'm using a Seestar S50 telescope. Actually, two of them. Same. It's the same spec, same telescope. One is in my backyard, and I'm in a heavily light polluted city. I'm in Houston, Bortle 9. And the other telescope, the one on the left, is sitting at a remote telescope hosting remote observatory location, kind of in central Texas, where it's Bortle 1. And so like very dark skies. And I'm just kind of, I don't necessarily do this every time, but I just recently got this telescope, one of the telescopes set up there. And so I've been kind of comparing, side by side what the dark sky versus the city are. And these are pretty much like extremes of, some of the darkest skies and some of the worst skies you can get. So yeah, it's just kind of a side by side. Yeah. Pirate Nebula. Yeah, 2 Seestars. Yeah, 2 Seestars, one in here, one in, and yeah, Skull and Crossbone. Yeah, it's yeah, that's rough. Luckily, so I have this thing, I call it kind of the trench between buildings to my south. So you can see, like, there's this narrow window when certain objects will kind of move through that area, and so that's when the Skull and Crossbones, I'm able to image it while it's kind of there, pops in between the two buildings. Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for stopping by, and yeah, glad to help. But like I say, if subscribe, like, and join the Discord server, because there's a lot of good information there, and people to ask questions. I know I certainly have asked plenty of questions of others who might have setups that I haven't used, or I want like a second opinion. So yeah. So again, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I've been running these Seestars for here, with the light pollution, and they do, I mean, given how bad the conditions are, given that, the all sky camera, my sky looks blue because it's so heavily light polluted here. I mean, it's like after 10 p.m., like the sun is set. It's not, it shouldn't be blue. It's just because, I'm like near the center of the city. And so, it's just, and I guess from that point of view, I'm still happy the number of things I can image from here and the results I've been able to get, even with some of the dimmer targets. Now things with low surface brightness, like that Dryer's Nebula earlier, those have been pretty much not unobtainable, but difficult to image without taking tens of hours across multiple days, or more. But yeah. So all things considered. Although it is interesting, because when I've imaged the Skull and Crossbones before from here, I don't recall ever seeing all this nebulosity here. I guess sometimes I can't tell if it's an artifact or actual nebulosity, and clearly it's actual nebulosity. Yeah, light pollution sucks, and Wiley's site definitely can relate, because he's also in similarly bad light pollution. Although I think I do beat you on it, which isn't. It's a very dubious distinction. Yeah, it's not something you necessarily want to be worse at. Yeah, the Dallas Metroplex. Whereas I'm in the Houston Light Dome. It's pretty much bad every direction. I mean, I shouldn't say pretty much. It is terrible every direction. Chase Tower. That's true. It wouldn't fix the light pollution, but it definitely, I mean, that thing is so tall, you could get some curvature to the like you could probably image something a little bit below the horizon from up there because Houston's so flat. Yeah, I mean, and so like these are using the Seestar has they call it a light pollution filter, but it's a dual narrowband filter that does help. I mean, it's not, it doesn't help perfectly, as you can see, but it does help, because targets where I can't use that, but even then, like, yeah, it does surprise me sometimes, the things I can image, just because I go into it thinking, nah, I won't be able to get much from this. But yeah, no, thanks for joining, Benji. See you next time. I see the top of that tower fogged in. Yeah, actually, many years ago, I would take the bus and I would transfer downtown. And there were a few times where one of the buses didn't run very frequently, and so I had to wait. And I would go up actually to the visitor, like they had a sky atrium or something. That was on like the 60th floor or something. And you could, but you didn't have to go through security or anything. You could just go up there. And so I'd go up there, and I remember once I was up there and it was like in the clouds, and if you kind of like pressed your face against the glass, you could look down and see the street, but you couldn't see the building across the street. It was pretty funny, or pretty interesting, because like I was at ground level looking up at it. I'm like, I wonder what it's like from up there, and I'm like, yeah, well, that's interesting. It's completely can't see anything. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, on the top floor, and you couldn't see downtown, but you could see the street below. Yeah, that's always kind of interesting. It's like, and there was, I was flying in somewhere. I was flying into New York I mean, not that many years ago, but maybe 10 years ago. And I took this photo. I was of a skyscraper that it was above like fog. And so you can't actually see the ground. You just see kind of like clouds, and then you see the skyscraper stuck out of it. And I've never been in a skyscraper that was in that situation, but I always thought that would be kind of cool, to be kind of above, seemingly looking like you're above the clouds. It looked really weird from the air, I'll tell you. It was like, it must have been a really low, it was a pretty tall building, and it was a pretty low fog deck coming in like early morning. Only the 14th floor, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, so no, you don't have to process. I mean, and hello, 8Fruit. Thanks for joining. And I should mention the obligatory plug. If you do end up buying it, I do have affiliate links in the description. But yeah, you don't. I mean, I've been happy with mine. I've done other astronomy over the years, but and there's a lot of people who'll get one who've done it before, but it's just so convenient. But yeah, like Wiley said, you don't need a computer. It's all controllable from like a phone or tablet. Like they have an app. You can all you need is like a phone or some similar device and the Seestar, and you're off and running. And I mean, like what you're seeing right now, it's taking a bunch of photos. It's taking a series of 10-second exposures, and it's combining those together. So it's doing all the heavy lifting, and I'm just viewing the result, you would see a similar result on your phone. And then you just kind of image until you're satisfied with it and you hit stop. And like on my phone, it asks like, do you want to save the image to your, the photo to your images? And like you have an opportunity to kind of brighten it or reduce the noise in it and stuff. And yeah, like, or like Wiley Site said, you can then adjust the images with your phone. So yeah, you don't need, and I don't think there's plenty of people that's all they do, and they're not disappointed as far as I know. They're very satisfied with it. And yeah, so no, I wouldn't say you'd be disappointed. And plus, depending on how it goes, you could, yeah, you could download the images. You could if there's room, you can keep images on the telescope and then kind of redo them. So yeah, yeah. So the dual passband filter, it transmits hydrogen alpha and then like O2, and so that's the filter that's in place now. But yeah, to the question about the Seestar, yeah, it's very convenient. It's what is it? The expression, it definitely punches above its weight as far as like what you're able to do with it. And even with heavy light pollution, you can do a lot, because like that's basically all the only thing I usually do is in heavy light pollution. Yeah, Cirrel is there's a few programs out there. Some of them are for pay, but Cirrel is definitely probably the most popular one that's free. And it runs on Mac and Windows and Linux if you run Linux. But yeah, but you don't need that. I mean, actually, I would process images, but I like live streams I did ages ago, like a year ago. I'd have my phone here and I'd have it kind of plugged into I'd just be screen sharing my phone, and I'd be live streaming that, just showing what I was getting right off the phone. Okay, so that one was done. This is doing well. So this is called the skull and crossbone. I guess that kind of looks like a skull. And this one's almost done because I wanted to start with the other one. Gone live with Alfred. So let me pull that up. Whoa, I'm missing out. Oh, and Destin. So Destin is in New Zealand, as you can see, but he often streams both day and night on the Discord server. If you haven't joined that, let me drop that in. I need to get the bot to do it automatically or more automatically. And so he'll share that, but then there's Seiko is in Australia, and there is a hurricane basically nearby, and a fairly strong one, but I guess offshore enough, but still. Yeah, let me pin this. Yeah, big cloud at the moment. the flea market. So the moon, the nice thing, so the Seestar has a good kind of it's not like a super wide angle telescope, but it's also not a super like kind of narrow telescope. It's kind of in a good in between position, and so like for the moon and sun, it's kind of at a really good sweet spot, and you can. I'm just trying to pull something up here. It also comes with a solar filter, but like this was like a year and a half, not quite a year and a half ago, like over a year ago. This was one of the first photos I took of one of the first photos I took at all with my Seestar of the I'll figure this out eventually, of the moon. And this is just kind of the way it came out of the telescope. Oh, hey, Hot Cheetos, welcome back. Only have small one here. But yeah, so like this is the kind of result you can get from of the moon, and then it does, like I said, it comes with a solar filter, so you can definitely get good results of that. Let me find one. Yeah, so here, this was like right out of the telescope from back over the summer, last summer, and you can get a lot of detail on different sunspots there. And like I say, this was just the Seestar standard with the solar filter that it comes with. So that was like right out of the scope. Yeah, so it's quite capable of a lot of a good mix of different targets. Sharing Markarians. Bortle 5. Oh, moon in general. Let me check. So here's another example of the moon from Destin there. So another nice example. So yeah, it's quite, like I say, it's capable of a good mix of targets. Hello to those. I'm behind on greeting people, but thanks to those who've just joined the Discord server. Yeah, it's and there's a lot. I mean, there's let me see. Why is sometimes my chat history kind of acts up? Yeah, my day's okay, Cheeto. Yeah, so the thing with things like the planets, they are kind of small, and so it's harder to get good results from those. Like if you image Jupiter, you can, I'm trying to find an example in my just kind of photo album of out of the telescope results. I mean, you can tell that it's you can see like its moons, for example, Jupiter's trying to see if this is, yeah, I mean, it's So it's kind of small, but you can get the idea here. Like, I kind of made it brighter so you could see the 4 main moons of Jupiter. So that's probably not like its strongest thing. I mean, but you can see every moon. I mean, you can image Uranus and Neptune with it. It's just you're not going to get like a really magnified view of it. But I mean, you can get so many different things. I'm just trying to pick something, but let me get back to the chat. I'm behind. Yeah, the upside down moon. Yeah, so much light noise. Yeah, the Seestar isn't great at planets. But I should find another target for these scopes since they're idle. But yeah, like you can image like some of mine. The problem is a lot of mine look, oh yeah, here's, and you know, yeah, a lot of mine have, I'm just looking at the ones that are like unprocessed right out of the telescope. Let's see, maybe this one. Yeah, that's a cool one. So this is 46 minutes of, yeah. I put two video and live. Let me check. Face south gets star trails. That's weird. Live streams. Okay. Bortle 6 isn't bad, honestly. Mine's 9. So this one was kind of cool. So this was 46 minutes from my backyard back in a year ago. Bortle 9. Some of the worst light pollution you can get. And 46 minutes. And look at all these galaxies here. So like, that's a galaxy, 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 that's a galaxy. And then this is the main one. But the other thing that's cool about this, see that star there? That's actually a supernova that was discovered like a year ago. It's faded since then. But like from my bad light polluted, I mean, from the backyard you can see below in the sky camera. I took this photo with the little Seestar in my phone, and because I wasn't running, Alp didn't exist then, so I was just using my phone, and was able to image several galaxies. Like here's another little galaxy, and a supernova. So I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, there's a lot you can do. Yeah, the S30, it's Cosmic Ray has one. He's had some challenges with it that are specific probably to his specific S30, but the S30 looks like a pretty promising scope. It's cheaper. It's got a wider field of view, so planets will be even more of a problem with it. But certain things like certain nebulas and bigger things in the sky, it's easier to image those. It's also got some slightly better sensor in it on paper. In practice, it's not like ridiculously better, but oh, that's interesting. Sorry, I was just looking at something. But yeah, it's it's smaller and lighter, and so like if you travel or backpack or whatever, it is more portable. That said, the S50 isn't bad. It's not like huge. Bortle 5 in Lynchburg. No, it's no. I think it's. I mean, like the results I've seen from yours are really outstanding. I think. It just runs a different bus. But yeah, I think the S30 is a great scope as well. I think either one. I think either one you would find good. I mean, I think you'd be happy with either one. Sorry, I'm just going back to Seiko's live hurricane stream from Australia. Let's see. I've got a whole bunch of stuff going, and I need to get my scopes pointed at something. So Wiley Site is doing working on a mosaic. We've got a hurricane cam here. Be like the Weather Channel over here. The two videos are planets. Let me check real quick here. But yeah, if you, oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's, let me try to. Discord is not my friend right now with this. Okay, let me download this. Give me a sec here. Okay, here we go. So this was something Seiko posted. This is a short video of Jupiter, and so you can see it's kind of small, but you can see the bands on it right there, like as it's kind of. I mean, it's a video, so it's kind of like wobbling around a bit from kind of atmospheric turbulence, but you can see the band. So it's, especially for Jupiter, it's, yeah. And you can see the moons of Jupiter, the bigger moons. So, yeah, it's like $4,000 for the Celestron. Yeah, they're not sending out samples. That's rough. 4x zoom. Yeah, so that was a 4x zoom from the Seestar of Jupiter, that video. Well, I mean, it's kind of, yeah. And plus, actually, I think at one point they didn't, yeah, it was, anyway, but yeah, it's sometimes you can see it, but then it's real difficult to adjust it. So let me go look at a target here before we. Yeah, it's a 6-inch Rasa. That Celestron. Actually, that reminds me. I need to remember that Rasa. Something about Rasa. Yeah. Let me think about this real quick. But let's find something here to image. Now, I don't think I'll be able to do any good side-by-sides right now. So let me find something that I can image here that that's up right now. Maybe I'll just do the standby of bodes, because as Wiley Site has shown, you can never have too much data with bodes. So I will do this on this scope, and then we'll find something neat for the Starfront scope. So I'll go that, and this will be M81, M82. And I'll do this for 45 minutes. Yeah. I don't even know if I'll be able to do 45 minutes because of the buildings that I have. It bodes well. See yourself. Thanks, Michael Evans. That was funny. Yeah. I mean, Orion Nebula is really cool in darker skies. I've got 22 hours of boats. Wow, that is a lot. But yeah, if anybody wants or is considering getting a Seestar, I do have an affiliate link to High Point Scientific in the description of probably every one of my videos. I've bought a lot of stuff from them. It's the kind of, but yeah. Oh wow, that's good. Pretty much quickly showed something. So let's get something going. Let's give the scope at Starfront something harder to chew on. Let me look at that. Oh gosh. That is too low. Angel Nebula. Let's see how high that is. That's a good idea. I haven't imaged that one yet. Yeah, it's still 36 degrees. Maybe center it like that. And I'm gonna do it maybe without the light pollution filter. What do you think? Yeah, why not? Because I can. I mean, like the results I got from that Dryers Nebula just still like amazes me. I mean, because it's one of those things you knew it was. Yeah, it's there, but I'll just do half an hour to start with, and I'll do an autofocus. All right. Live. Okay, cool. Hello, Pablo. Hola. Good evening. Thanks for joining. Hello, Dark Shades. Good evening. Just photographing Jupiter. It might make a small difference, but Jupiter is so much. What is that? Is that a satellite going through the field? Is it a UFO? Sorry. So Earth, Jupiter's distance from Earth is bigger than Earth's orbit, and so it does make a little bit of a difference, I'm sure, but not enough. Like Mars is closer to Earth. It has a smaller orbit, and so it does, not smaller than Earth, but it does make a big difference in the case of Mars. But in the case of Jupiter, I think it's mostly so far away. It's not like a huge difference, unfortunately. And it's just like the Seestar is not. I mean, it's capable of imaging a lot of different things, and even targets where it's the object is too big to fit in one frame, they have mosaic mode, and so it takes a number of photos and can cover a bigger area. But it's still not. Yeah, it's planets are probably smaller things like planets. A lot of planetary nebula are definitely not its strong suit. You can image them, but it usually is a certain kind of scope that you need for that. But that said, it covers a wide range of things that are pretty cool. Yeah, maybe an alien. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting how big some of these galaxies are in the sky. It's just they're fainter, and so you don't see. You can't really see them without binoculars or telescope. But if they were brighter, they'd be big. Like the Orion Nebula is like quite a few times bigger than the moon. I mean, not Orion. Orion Nebula is like the size of the moon. The Andromeda Galaxy is like several times the size of the moon. And so, if it were like really bright, it would be really amazing in the sky. I mean, it is amazing, but it's just not that visible. So a lot of these galaxies are actually pretty decent size in the sky. Yeah, well, and then there's that too, like, they're so massive, but it's still it just shows how massive they are. The fact that they look the fact that they're so much bigger than a planet. Even the biggest planet, Jupiter. Portal? Yeah, looking at Mars such that it is. Yeah, I mean, it's I wanted to switch back to the hurricane cam. See how Seiko's doing. Seiko has quite a few scopes, including a S50 and an S30, but some rather large ones. Which actually, that reminds me of what I was going to say something about the plane wave. I need to get to that in a second. Yeah. I mean, like the Orion Nebula, it's like many light years across. Like, so, like, how many light years is it across? "24 light years across." So if I've thought about that, where like if the center of the Orion Nebula was like where the nearest star, or one of the nearest stars to us, we'd be well inside of the nebula. Like it's so big that it covers it's 24 light years. So like for us, the nearest star is 4 light years. And so, yeah, it's massive, and it's not even the most massive one, but it's pretty big. Yeah, the scale of it all is rather impressive. Yeah, not with a small scope. Yeah. Well, or IC342 next. Which one was IC342? Oh, that one. Was that a suggestion for me? Oh, you have 5 scopes. Cool. Hey, priorities, you know. You gotta hunker down and get some beer. if you've got a hurricane going. Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, that's a good suggestion. I see 342. Well, that's so here's the difference. I mean, yeah, this is the difference between New Zealand and Australia right now. Okay, or at least where Seiko is. You can really see those palm trees. What kind of winds do you have there right now, Seiko? Like what kind of gusts? Oh, this is cool. I missed that Icarus's imaging. Is that the Coma cluster again? And this is a mosaic of Markarian's chain. So meanwhile, it's boding well. I mean, really, like, photobombed. I wonder if I should do another dark frame. I guess this is only 4 minutes of data, 5 minutes of data, so I'll give it a bit more time. Let's see. Let's see what else. All right. Okay. The right now, if you're talking about that one that was had the chance of impacting Earth, right now it is very dim. It is pretty far away. It's like I think only the James Webb telescope has been able to image it now. Like it's small enough and it's moved far enough away that it's gotten incredibly faint. So you wouldn't be able to image it at this point. In a few years, 3 or 4 years, it's coming by Earth again, and you probably, I don't know how close it's going to be, but you should be able to image it at that point. Let me see. Let me check something here. I just wanted to let's see. That said, like, you can image asteroids. Recently there was a near-Earth asteroid a few weeks ago, like a month and a half ago, that got pretty close to Earth. Not like dangerously close, but it was pretty easy to image. And this is like a time lapse over a few hours that I took with the Seestar. So, oh, this is my edited version of it. But so with the annotations, so you can see here's there were clouds going through, but this thing moving is that asteroid. And so I just took a bunch of photos of it, and yeah, you can definitely now if you just took a photo of it, it ended up like a long exposure. It ended up trailing, and so you could tell that something was moving in the frame. Yeah. So it does 10-second exposures, and if there's something, if the scope like vibrates a bit, it'll notice that the stars have trailed, and it won't include that photo in the stack. Now clouds can be hit or miss. I've found, like, if the cloud's like a high cloud where that you can kind of see through, it might not reject it, so it might make the whole image a bit soft. But yeah, but like for like shaking, wind, whatever, it won't include those. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Did I ever image Hale-Bopp? I personally did not. Gusts of 40 kilometers. Yeah, that's pretty breezy. Okay, yeah, video of the yeah, sorry. Yeah, you can see the clouds going through it. And those were just a bunch of still photos, so there's a setting where it'll save each individual 10-second exposure, and I have that turned on, and so I just took like it gave me a stacked version at the end, but I also was able to take each one and kind of make it into a little movie. Let me see. Which one was that? I'm trying to think. It was this month. Let's see. Just trying to figure out things that where I can find another example of that. I've got Hale-Bopp on film. Yeah. Yeah, the planetary alignment, like the best time to have seen it was like a few weeks ago. And even then it really wasn't like right next to each other. They were kind of in a line across the sky. So you had Saturn and Venus to the west, you had Jupiter overhead, and you had Mars kind of to the east after sunset. And then kind of in between there, you couldn't really see them, but Uranus and Neptune were there. You could see them with a telescope. You could image them with a Seestar. You could see like there's a little blue-green star where Venus and Neptune are. But yeah. Well, and Mercury, but Mercury was like too close to the sun, so you couldn't see it. But yeah, I mean, I did a live stream. I did a couple of live streams where I was using a telescope that was more, not the Seestar, but it had more magnification, and I imaged Venus, Jupiter, Mars. I didn't get Saturn because the way my yard is, I can't see things to the west. Photo. No S50 back then. Let's look. Oh, nice. That is a nice photo. This was 2007 film, Comet McNaught. Nice. Very nice. See, that's why if you haven't joined the Discord, definitely encourage that, because we people share astronomy photos and stuff. Can't stand the Houston humiliation. Okay, good night, Kazakure. Thanks for joining. Have I imaged Starlink unintentionally? Yeah, I mean, like, I think like this right here is. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a Starlink. This left image. Yeah, like you almost can't avoid it. these days. Let's see, what was it? Just looking at things. Was it unknown? Dolphin Dreyer. Let's see, sorry, I'm just trying to find what. Oh. Did I copy that off? I might not have copied that off. Sorry, I'm just thinking aloud of let's see. Unknown, and sorry, I'm just looking through some photos to try to show another one. Which one is? Oh, this wasn't. Yeah, no. No, that was an airplane. I wasn't looking for Starfront. I mean, for Starlink. I wasn't looking for Starlink, but I was looking for something else. Did I not copy that off? Yeah. So as far as the asteroid. Kind of that one that was near Earth. This was another photo I took of it more recently. Actually, it was over quite a long, was it a couple hours? But yeah, these other trails are like planes or whatever, but this thing right here is the asteroid. And then there was another one, I can't find it. Is it that? When was that? Oh, okay. But yeah, like you can image asteroids, you can image planets. I mean, planets are kind of weak, not its strongest suit, but you can image a lot of things. If your stream stops, yeah, hopefully it didn't blow off the roof, the Starlink. Favorite planet. I mean, Saturn and Jupiter. I like both of those for different reasons. They're both cool. Favorite object in space. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe Orion Nebula. I mean, just because, I don't know, for something that I've liked looking at for years. Yeah, Hubble has problems with Starlink, just not you. Yeah. Oh yeah. As far as I've only taken photos of it, kind of going through the field of view. But yeah, you can track satellites, and for like the space station, you can actually image, see it, like resolve it into kind of a thing, the solar panels and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they just deorbit it. Because realistically, I don't know if anybody's going to do anything with it. Yeah, Jupiter and Saturn, yeah. Yeah, so video, they can take video of planets, moon, the sun, and just like scenery. Like you can take photos of scenery. So you can use it kind of like a camera with a nice telephoto lens. Now the photos of the moon and sun, you can take those, and the photos of of Venus, or not Venus, of the planets, and you could do time lapses. You can process them and kind of get a bit more detail from like Jupiter. It still won't be like a ton, but you can get a bit more. And like in the case of the sun and moon, like I took people took videos of the solar eclipse. You could take a time lapse of the lunar eclipse that's coming up in a couple of weeks, or any lunar eclipse for that matter. I've taken photos of the video of the sun to get airplanes crossing it. I also took a video of it, of the sun, to capture the International Space Station crossing the sun. So that was, yeah. I mean, but the thing is, like, if they can't boost it, I don't know if they would have the ability to boost it into a higher orbit. Fighting Dragons of Ara, that is a cool one. Yes, so you can take frames from a video, as in Discord General. So, oh yeah, this is perfect. Thanks for this, Steven. This is which one was this? Which satellite was this? Crossing the sun. So it's like a time lapse. Oh, this was the Chinese space station. Yeah, planes transiting the sun. Actually, when at some point, after I got my Seestar, I wanted to do that, and I ended up wrong one. I ended up doing a couple of like little YouTube shorts on it. Let's see. So this was a short I did, and so you can see that this is the International Space Station crossing the sun. So that was like a video I shot, and I slowed it down a little bit so it was more visible, and then oops, not that one. And then this was another one I did, like I say, when I first got it. And I've gotten other videos of it because after the first time I was like, I wanted to do it again. So this was hate that when I try to move it from one screen to the other and it still insists that it's on the other monitor. Oh, come on. Hang on. Okay. All right, let's try this again. So this was a video I shot of I was just like, and then it's like, whoa. It was a Southwest jet just going by, And yeah, just you can see like the turbulence from the exhaust. Got an ISS. Yeah, the sun was angry. There were a lot of sunspots in that photo. Yeah, it gets angry, yeah. The sunspots are, if I recall correctly, they're just cooler areas on the sun. And they're like I think there's like magnetic fields there, and so I forget. My solar physics is rusty. Okay. It's non-existent, but yeah, it's like just cooler areas. It's made of the same stuff. Just lower temperature and some magnetic fields involved with it. I think. Because the sun's all made of like the same material. It's mostly hydrogen, some helium, other elements. Yeah, I think I want to try this with. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's literally cool. Yeah, that's true. So let us look at okay. Let me check something real quick here. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's see. Other things. Boy, it's looking, speaking of angry, the weather's looking pretty angry there for Seiko. Yeah, this is a hurricane that's kind of going along the coast in Australia. Some nice sunspots there. Looks quite lovely there in New Zealand. So yeah, these two galaxies, Bodes and the Cigar Galaxy, are doing well. So even with the light pollution, oh man, I'm gonna have to stop this one. See this thing here? That's actually a building. So I have a cursed backyard, so I'm always, the good thing is since and so this is the thing with like the clouds. Part of the image is now, or it's partly behind a building, but there's enough stars in the frame where it's like, yeah, it's fine. So it hasn't rejected any of the frames, but it's just this. So that's probably like the most unfortunate thing is when this happens. But a lot of that's just because I'm surrounded by buildings. So I'll have to find another target for this. If next 24 hours it's only going to get worse. Yes. So when you take, so with the Seestar, it, I mean, it is a setting. You have to turn it on, but it will save if you turn it on it'll save all the 10-second exposures in a different directory. And then you can go into a program like Serial and reprocess them. And I think you can reprocess it in the app, but I haven't really done that. But I think it can be done now. Didn't used to be, but so this one finished. The Angel Nebula. So let me pick. So I've got 2 idle scopes. Actually, I have 3. I haven't gotten to the refractor at all tonight, and I probably won't at all. But that's okay. Yeah, it's only next 24 hours. It's gonna get worse. That's rough. So is Hot Cheeto still around? Oh, nice. Sorry, let me go look at what to image next, and also what's visible here. I think we were saying the hidden galaxy. We'll try the hidden galaxy. I think that's the hidden galaxy, isn't it? IC 342. Okay. Oh, Melode 111. Cool. So let me go IC 342 with this one. Image. Sorry, I have a monitor, laptop screen in the way. 342. Search. Let's see how high above the horizon this is. It is. I could probably do it for an hour. We'll try it for an hour. All right. So this will be a challenging target. It's a galaxy it's the one I think it is. Let me double check before I lead people astray. Yeah, it's the hidden galaxy. It's called nicknamed the hidden galaxy because it's behind some Milky Way dust, and so it's very hard to image. Even though if it weren't for the dust, it would be like the 3rd brightest galaxy in the sky. You'd be able to see it naked eye, I think. Yeah, cooler daring to plasma. Yeah, magnetic fields, something like that. Catching up, yeah, that's kind of me sometimes. I go into an explanation and then I totally I realize how far behind. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, don't want to save frames. Oh, hello, Benji. How late am I going to stream? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to have to take a break and get up and get some water. But at one point it looked like Starfront was going to be clear, I thought it was going to be clear all night, but I don't think it will be. So I might end up, but it was Well, let me look at the latest forecast. It looks like it will be, oh man, darn it. Darn it, not darn it. At one point it looked like it was going to get cloudy around 2 in the morning. Now it looks like it'll get cloudy around 6 in the morning. I'm not going to go till 6 in the morning, but I might go another couple hours. Especially because I've got this, holy moly. Is it already showing something with IC342? That's ridiculous. There's no way. 40 seconds in. Okay. Well, we'll let it go. But yeah, I might go a few more hours. Just to take advantage. If it's 3 a.m., I'll be imaging. That's cool. That might be cool because Stephen images from New Zealand, so that's all kinds of targets you don't get to see here. So it might be worth. Like I say, I mean, I was planning on staying up late, and like last night, I ended up imaging M101, the galaxy, for 5 hours, and I kicked it off and then went to bed. But there's a number of targets I'd like to try, and I want to just kind of do them one by one, so I could see myself staying up late tonight. Maybe not till 6 in the morning, but I probably could go till 3 in the morning. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's already showing some detail. I mean, it's showing something there. There's something there. Like, that is crazy. Well, it's not very well hidden if in 2 minutes I'm already getting some data from it. No, that's I've never gotten anything of the hidden galaxy before. Wow. Well, that's good. So let me find something for the right scope to do. Knowing that it will not be able to do as well. So let me temporarily. Yeah, we've got it all here. We've got hidden galaxies. We've got sunspots. We've got real-time weather from got hurricane chasing and okay, maybe not quite hurricane chasing, but we got hurricane in Australia. Let me find something here. Just checking something real quick here. Sorry. Just looking at something here. Okay, cool. We're almost up to 2,000 subscribers. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. 1,982. I'll definitely do the 2,000 subscriber stream. Yeah, no, it's kind of definitely appreciate all of the subscribers and all the support and everything. Wow, 4 minutes. And it's already getting some of the hidden galaxies. This is crazy. I don't think I've ever imaged the hidden galaxy. Because like in the heavy light pollution, that's the low surface brightness things are just really hard. And so even seeing what I'm seeing so quickly, that's pretty cool. It just shows sometimes there's no substitute for a really, really dark sky. All right. So I'm doing the hidden galaxy. Let me see. Because right now, unfortunately, I've got so many obstructions here for the telescope here that my options are limited. I don't know if I want to do M3. Yeah, there's it's like surprisingly little. Over there, there's a lot of good galaxies. Could do Leo Quartet. One thing I might do more time on is the UFO. Yeah, it was. I wasn't sure if I did it on a stream, but I could believe that, and I don't think I didn't succeed. So, the fact that I'm already getting something is really cool. Yeah, so I'm not going to do the UFO galaxy. Wonder if there's something else. Let me look at my list of targets. Jellyfish, M106, Croc's Eye. Croc's Eye. Yeah, I can try it, but I think the problem with that one is like the outer area is just kind of faint. What's up, Odyssean? So many galaxies. See, I think the Croc's Eye might be hard. Oh, M85 starting to. Oh, that's good. There's some galaxies starting to rotate into view. Kick the can cluster? Really? Really? Actually, let me look at this again. So I have a list of asteroids here. Let's see. Bellona. That's almost out of the field of view. Oh, M95 45's over here. I'm just looking. Oh, the Regulus dwarf. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by different targets here. I'm just looking for different. Just trying to see if I can find an asteroid that's near something that we could take a. Because I did that recently where I imaged some galaxy, and there was an asteroid traveling right near it. But I'm not seeing. An asteroid that's near something that might be worth imaging. Yeah, so I might just do koi fish. What does the koi fish galaxy look like? Yeah. Problem is that's going to be the needle looks cool. Maybe I'll do the needle. I'll do the needle. So this is open source software called Stellarium, and it's called Stellarium, and it'll show you, you can set like where you live, I mean kind of your location and the time, and it'll show you what's in the sky. But you can define like a custom horizon, and I used my phone to kind of map the outline of the buildings around me, and then I define that as the horizon. So it's rough. It's not like exact, but it's close enough where at least I know if it's kind of near the border, that I won't be able to image it. So yeah, if you move, if I were to, I'd have to redo it if I had the telescope somewhere else. So unfortunately, it's although it would be nice if there were more automatic ways of doing it. I mean, I'm sure somebody could write something to do that. Whale and Crowbar. Copied my red outline in Stellarium. Never mind. Oh yeah, that's the sensor view. Yes. So Whale and Crowbar. Let's go look at Whale and Crowbar. Yeah, so if I do it like that, yeah, I can do that. Oh, you put a red outline on your landscape. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, look at how much I've got from the hidden galaxy already. Image, and I will grab. So Whale, Crowbar, Galaxy. All right. Just trying to figure out if the temperature decreased and if I want to do an autofocus, but it hasn't changed that much here. So we will go do that and just moving it to center it so we can also look at the, oh, nice. Yeah, it's funny you, I was just switching back, not realizing you had changed it. No, that's cool. So this is where I was just talking about Stephen's showing how, like what I was saying, how you can use the Seestar just to like video scenery, and wow, that is really tiny. So I guess the lighthouse is over there on the roof cam, but this is video from the Seestar. So you can image some things pretty far away. Nice. Oh, somebody on a boat coming by. Meanwhile, Seiko's weather doesn't look quite so, looks a bit rough. All right. I'm just trying to move this a bit, just to, but yeah, here's the, is that the whale and this is a crowbar? It's one or the other. How much data does... That's interesting. I'm already getting... I mean... Yeah, I've never been able to image the hidden galaxy. Like, that's awesome. I'm gonna get up and get something to drink and stretch my legs briefly, because I've been sitting here for not quite 4 hours, and so I should probably move and move my body and get something to drink. Actually, I'm not going to get water. I'm going to get more root beer, and I'll be back shortly. Hello? I'm back. It is funny. I had there was a couple times where I had this concoction in a mason jar, and someone had made a comment that it was moonshine. Root beer rum. I should have gotten vodka instead. Mixing root beer, not even. Oh, that's cool. So, auto tracking a plane. Yeah. I've never used the auto tracking. Yeah, I've never used it. That's cool. And it's good contrast. But still, that's like a great example of yeah, it's tracking the plane just nicely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because you should be able to get some good stuff. Hello, Star Traveler. Yeah, pun intended. NGC 4535. Oh, it's towing a banner. One of those. Yeah, we get those sometimes. $45.35. Oh. Is this another? Is this one another one of those ones that's hard to image? 4535. Yeah. Although some of them are bright enough. Like the silver sliver. But this one is the hidden galaxy is doing pretty well. Yeah, the Crowbar is in here isn't doing so well. I mean, I take it back. You can see the hook in it, but I feel like it's missing a lot of the galaxy. This one's doing kind of okay. And actually there's, is that a satellite of it? I mean, it's just 12 minutes of data. This one's 23. So, so were you suggesting that I do NGC 4535? Before I came back up, I had a candy bar, and it's like it was sticking to my teeth, or it had caramel in it, so it's like let's see. What I can do is, because I have more than one horizon here, I could do the 0 horizon. Okay. Oh, there's still a lot of stuff I could be imaging here to the west from Starfront. Let's see. Yeah, I could potentially do the Orion Nebula. Actually, you know what? One that might be cool. Actually, wait. Let me see how low that is. It's pretty low. Although it would be a good test to see how low can it go, or if another scope is in the way. I want to try the Rosette Nebula. So, oh, do I have the night thing off? Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah. Well, it wasn't my idea. It was, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Or like they throw, what do you call it? Maybe darts at a board or something. I don't know. Some of the names. I did a live stream of weirdly named objects. I need to do that again at some point. So this is going to be pretty low, but it will be a good test because I don't know how close to the horizon I can see from to the west. I'm pretty sure I can see pretty far south. But let's try. But the hidden galaxy has really proven itself not to be too hidden, so that's cool. How long did I originally schedule this for? Battery temperature. Yep, that all seems fine. So let's go. What was the schedule? It was set for an hour, so I'll stop it right now. I can always image it another night. I mean, for half an hour, not even half an hour of integration time, I'm pretty happy with that. Get the bad star out of frame when I do. Oh, you're talking about Alnitak? What is the temperature there? I wonder. Image. What do I want to do? I want to go to commands. I'm going to rerun the dark frame here just in case, because it's sensitive to temperature. And so I'll just go ahead and try that. And then, I will try the horse head. At least for a little bit, maybe 15, 20 minutes. Weird red hue in the entire background. Yeah, I guess it depends on what kind of. Just trying to think of what that could be. Yeah, I'm not sure. Could be something related to the sensor as far as at different ISOs and something, yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, and if I mean, I might be drawing a blank, but someone else might be able to immediately, okay, yeah, you'll see if I'm still going. Okay, cool. See ya, enjoy your dinner. Oh, capture is active? Why does it think capture is active? Oh, it's because I haven't really stopped. I only stopped the image of the stacking. I didn't stop the live view, so it refused to do the dark library, but now it's doing it. Yeah, so yeah, sure, cool. All right, I mean, the crowbar is looking like a crowbar here. It is definitely looking like a crowbar. It's not letting go. There we go. Yeah, it's like a crowbar, and the whale, I guess it looks like a whale. Maybe. All right, so this is going to be a test of how far to the west can my scope see. And let's see. Let's see. It's the horse head. let me let me double check that I'm copy from Stellarium. I'll do the light pollution. I'm gonna have the cursed star in there just because. How do I make sure that my cable doesn't get snagged? That's a great question. I have no idea. Even in spite of what I was doing yesterday, they looked at it and they said it hadn't been tangled, and so yeah, at least in my case, yeah, I don't know. I have asked them twice after I've done stuff, is it tangled? So hopefully the answer will continue to be no. Yep, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, don't auto track plane moving around. Yeah, that could definitely wind it up. Okay. So we'll see how the Horsehead does. And it's able to see that low, so it's 16 degrees above the horizon, or 20 degrees above the horizon, so I'm able to, the telescope's able to image it, so that's good. I'll start probing its limits. Okay. So, just kind of looking at some other things. Ah. So this will go for 20 minutes. Meanwhile, I'm just kind of getting ideas for other things to try. Yeah. All right. Let me look at the chat. Sorry, I'm behind. Yikes. Yikes. That's rough. Failed at being a writer. Mysteries of the Cosmos. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I tried to pick something that was kind of not too discordant with late night astronomy. Yeah. Yeah, it's yep, it sure is a pain. All right, so let's go. So the whale and crowbar finished. Let's see, change the horizon. Still not visible. All right, let's see what's visible from the backyard. M3 is up nicely. Let's see what Frog's Eye. Not tired. Yeah, I mean, which means it's time for sleep. Yeah, it's one of those things where if you don't, sometimes you have to just force yourself. Otherwise, you just keep going. Of course, I'm going to keep going, at least for now. It's delirium. Good night, Michael. Thanks for joining. See you next time. All right, so let's go. Let me look for something for this, for the local Seestar. I wonder if there's anything down here. That would be interesting. Unfortunately, the planetary nebula are often kind of challenging. So, I mean, with the Seestar, so I am not going to even attempt that. There's an asteroid down there. Spindle galaxy, another asteroid. Dwarf spheroidal galaxy. That's quite a name. Since I have it in equatorial mode, I want to figure out which things would have a good framing. There are a lot of yeah, that would be cool. Actually, the framing for Leo Triplet is really good in EQ mode, so let me... Again, it's one of those things where could always have more data. I'll do that with this one. Leo Triplet. I'll do half an hour and go. Yeah, hello, my 3Ds Astro, who is chatting on Twitch. Myth Rodites, Myth for short. I'll stick with Myth. Thank you. Thanks for joining. Yeah. But yeah. So is this already? Drop 2 frames. That's off to a great start. Trying out the sombrero. Cool. Got the sombrero. Cool. Cool. Framing is good. um, hello, people on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, so I have a couple other things I'm going to try to image here in a bit, but yeah, my what do you call it? I've historically streamed on YouTube, but I've been trying to do a better job of multi-streaming, and like the Twitch. At one point, I had a Twitch chat overlay here, but it was kind of a little. It didn't quite work the way I wanted it to, so I need to kind of figure that out. And I think one of my other problems is a lot of the stuff I've seen about multi-streaming. It seems like it's better if you're doing it from Windows, and I'm doing it from a Mac, so that isn't helping. But I'll figure something out. But because yeah, I want to try to multi-stream consistently. Oh, hey. Just up here too. Yeah, and really and welcome, Jeffrey. And if you and like I say, I've been pretty consistent every time of streaming to both. So whichever is your preferred platform, and hopefully by next time I'll have the chat integrated. But all the VODs end up over here on YouTube. I don't have them on in Twitch, but as you can see, I have the Twitch chat up locally, so I am watching it. So, but yeah, at some point I'll get it sorted. But yeah, subscribe to my Twitch channel or here. This is interesting. Like, are these artifacts just from the brightness, or is it something else? Is it because it's so low? Am I having other issues here? Strange things are afoot. But I'm only imaging this for a brief period of time. Yeah, I think I only did 20 minutes, so it'll be over in about 2 minutes, and then I've got a couple other things I want to try out. Oh yeah, and definitely if you haven't joined the Discord, I'm glad people remind me to. There is a Discord server where we chat about astronomy and other random things. Oh, nice. Monkey head. Cool. Yeah, we're yeah, that's a I think I spent a little bit of time imaging that last night. It's a great target. I don't know what these artifacts what exactly that is. Huh. Yeah, so these are both Seestar S50s. I do also have a refractor, which has been totally neglected tonight. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's under 20 degrees above the horizon. So I'm happy that I'm able to even, that it's not obstructed. It is kind of a revelation to be able to image things low without obstruction. But this will be done shortly, and then I'm going to go for even more. I'm going to go for another difficult low target. I have a couple that I want to try tonight. Actually, maybe 3, depending on how long I go. Yeah, today might be we'll see. Definitely looking pretty windy there, and looking pretty windy there. All right, this is done, I think. Yep. And so now I am going to move on to this is kind of a the first of a couple of what would you call it? Stretch targets. Just trying to. Oh, weird. What is that one? Okay. Sorry, I'm having a hard time. Okay. Oh, did I get the time wrong? Oh, here it is. I'm gonna do M83. All right. Oh. Hey. Let me check that out. Live. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But it's not about the quality, it's more about, can I do it? And I'm not sure I can do it. Or can I? It was still moving. Oh, there it is. Okay. let me see. Oh, wow, nice. Very nice. Oops. There's yeah, very nice. 6 hours. Nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, thanks for sharing that on the Discord server. We are two people away, 2 subscribers away from 100 on the server. So that's always all right. Yeah, no, it's very, very nice result there. Yeah, and that is definitely something I plan on doing. I need to test to the east. The north, I think, is going to be the one with the least that I won't be able to image as low, but I'm not as worried about that because yeah, like stuff that's circumpolar, that's below Polaris, if I can't get to that, it'll rotate around. Let me see. Cool. All right. But this is producing a No, I think he said he's down to like 400 on his Discord server. But yeah, look at this is the southern pinwheel is turning out nice. So right now, that would be actually only, is that right? Yeah, it's 16.5 degrees above the horizon here, but because Starfront's a little bit further north, I mean, just a little bit, it's only it's 15 degrees above the horizon. So we're doing well here. Yeah, so that's cool. So yeah. Yeah. You did kick a bunch of people. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it dropped so much, but it is kind of funny. Yeah, my son's my barely teenage son's Discord server definitely has. Yeah, I think he had 500 people on it at one point. Yeah. At least right now his YouTube channel still has fewer subscribers than mine, so there's at least I have that. Yeah, so the southern pinwheel, that's doing well. I mean, for these more southern, very southern targets, it's more about seeing if I can even kind of probing the limits of what I can even do. Because this one is from this telescope's at Starfront. 1365. Oops. I end up pressing it. Oops, if I'm on the wrong window, the right window. Did you say 1365? Yeah, that might be more of a summer target, right? Oh, okay. Actually, right now, it is actually above the. I could potentially try imaging that right after sunset, or after astronomical twilight, because it would be about as high as what I'm imaging right now. Yeah, let me make note of that one. NGC. Yeah, okay, cool. M106. Yeah, M106 is... Did I go back to... Okay. Oh, yeah, that's... At least here, it's really high in the sky right now. That's a nice one. I should image that one. Not tonight, but... I don't have the zero horizon on. Let me switch to the zero horizon. So yeah, so it's to the southeast, pretty low. Let's see. So actually, this hasn't done too bad dropping frames. It's just kind of weirdly inconsistent. I want to say I did half an hour for this one. And I think I did 20 minutes for this. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean it's pretty high in the sky here, and it's like midnight here. So yeah, it's up all night. Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, that NGC 1365, I definitely can image. I'll just have to image it first thing after it gets dark tomorrow. Sorry, I'm just my neck sometimes when I'm kind of hunched over here a bit. Looks nice and dark. I mean, I think I don't remember if I've imaged the sombrero. I thought I have. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to like fill, if you're doing it with the Seestar, it's not going to fill the frame, but it's, I mean, it's pretty bright, and if you process it, you can get some detail. Definitely. I mean, even without processing it, you can get some detail, but wait. Other southern pinwheel? That's not what I was looking for. It's not southern pinwheel, there's two southern pinwheels. Well, that's not confusing at all. It's like, which southern pinwheel? Exactly. I honestly don't know how I'm going to do it. I plan on doing a Messier Marathon live stream in a couple, sometime in April probably, but I don't know how my body's going to handle that, a 12-hour live stream. I'll have to get up more often, take more breaks. And speaking of future live streams, we're only 2 weeks away from the total lunar eclipse in North America, so that's going to be cool. Hopefully it'll be clear here. Although I need to figure out what I'm doing, because in my backyard I'll miss the beginning of the kind of not the umbral phase, but the penumbral phase. I'll miss the beginning and end of it because of the buildings around me. So I've got to figure out come up with a plan for that. But I am definitely planning on doing a live stream for that. I think that'll be cool. Yeah, that southern pinwheel is doing well. Yeah. I mean, the fact that there's two southern pinwheels is kind of confusing. So I'm imaging the northern southern pinwheel, not the southern pinwheel. Yeah. Yeah, I forget the timing on it, but yeah, it's something like that. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I mean, if it's clear, I could potentially I have family who live in the area that I could just crash on the sofa. So at least then I can leave the Seestar out, and if I need to take a break, I can. But yeah, I have to figure that out. It's only 2 weeks away, because it's just now the new moon. Yeah, tomorrow I think it's supposed to be cloudy at Starfront. So I wasn't gonna live stream tomorrow, and plus, if this ends up being a as long of a live stream as I'm thinking about, I mean, not like till maybe another couple hours, but I wouldn't be able to live stream tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be cloudy at Starfront tomorrow, but I think it's going to be actually clear here. Yeah, it's going to be perfectly clear here. So I might end up, what I might end up doing is kind of either, you know, I don't want to say member only, but like a Discord stream tomorrow evening, because there's some things I need to work on with the telescope, with my local telescopes. I still need to get the autofocuser on my refractor. That would give me a chance to do that. I also need to tackle collimation of my reflector, but at the very least I could start maybe testing out the autofocus. Because I think that'll be helpful. I feel like there's something else I'm forgetting, but okay, yeah, thanks for joining. Appreciate have a good evening, and see you next time. Set up your go-to dob and this be the kick. For the lunar eclipse or the Messier marathon. I mean, the Messier marathon, that's another one. Oh, hey. Wow, it's late there. Welcome back. So we are imaging the northern southern pinwheel, not to be confused with the other southern pinwheel, which is even more southern. This is pretty southern. It's but yeah, imaging this for just a minute more, and this is also about to end, so I'm gonna have to find something else for this, for the local scope. Yeah, I mean, it's the Seestar has it's the IMX 462, and that is something with that you see in planetary cameras. There is a mono and a color version of it, but yeah, I actually was looking at a planetary camera, and I was like, oh, it's funny, it's the same sensor I already have in the Seestar. But yeah, go-to dob for that would be good for both of those things. Yeah, it's M83, I think, is what it was. The southern pinwheel. And then, but if you look up southern pinwheel, there's another southern pinwheel that's even further south. Yes, I did, and I need to look at it again. I think I still have it open in a tab. Oh, maybe I did it for longer than 20 minutes. That's okay. So let's look at that. That'll give me time to find something for the other one. Live. Sorry, my thought process is slow down. Schedule. Okay, I did it for a half hour. That's fine. I'll let it go through the half hour, because then that gives me time to figure out what I'm doing with this one. For whatever reason, there were a lot more views on this live stream tonight. But that's cool. Help out what part the bunnies are on. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I think I'm going to start with the refractor. But I really need to do the reflector too, especially as we're heading into kind of galaxy season, you know. So let's check on things. Actually, before I do that, let me check on the conditions right now. Yeah, it's kind of humid. I'm gonna park the refractor since I haven't done anything with it tonight. And I got like I got a pretty good polar alignment too. That's the crazy thing. All right. Let's park this. Yep, it's parking. All right, so let's find a target. Yeah. Let me see. Oh, nice. Yeah, that looks nice and bright. The sombrero. I think that'll clean up nicely. I mean, it doesn't need much, like get rid of the gradient, but then, yeah, I mean, looks good. All right, so let's see. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, that whale galaxy is a pretty nice target. No, this is actually a different galaxy. I stopped the hidden galaxy. This is the southern pinwheel, which is M83. Yeah, southern pinwheel. Is it's here. It's only 19.5 degrees above the horizon at yeah, it's only at Starfront. It's only 18 degrees above the horizon. It's pretty low. Yeah, it's and it like I wouldn't be able to really get this at home. I think it's like almost gets into that kind of canyon area, but to my south. But because Starfront, I have a pretty clear view to the south. I think that's helping. There we go. All right. So let's figure out something I can image from my backyard. Hello, Astro Chris. Yeah, that's Seiko. Seiko's got a hurricane nearby, and that's the view right now. It's kind of going along the coast on in Australia. Just offshore. It's going to get worse tomorrow, but it's also supposed to. It looked like it's supposed to weaken too. But not, it's not going to be weak, but it's going to weaken. At least, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's, I think it's, yeah, it was like category, was it a category 4 when it was further away, and it might get to category 2, weakened to 2? I don't know, still strong. Still a strong storm. But yeah, we've got so we've got what do you call it? Icarus has the Sombrero Galaxy, and we have hurricane hunting, courtesy of Seiko. Oh, nice. Oh man. Well. Yeah, no, that's cool. The weather should be good tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be clear tomorrow evening. What, yeah, how far do they live away? Do I want to do that? See, now we're starting to get into globular clusters. Channel view. Yeah, well, at least it could be worse. So from 2010. Next update is 10 to 15 minutes. Oh boy, hopefully it'll not be, hopefully it'll be benign. Okay, it's category 3, dropping as it gets closer. Well, that's not great. Yeah, that hurricane, the hurricane we had last year, that was not great. And that was like category 2, 1, a strong one, but it was a bad, it ended up, yeah, it was bad. Yeah, still cat 1, but yeah, it was worse, and it's interesting because it definitely was worse than Ike, and Ike was a 2. Yeah, apparently, yeah. Yeah, given that it knocked out power to millions of people for like a week or weeks, seems like it was a bit more than a 1. And then it was like after, yeah, that derecho we had in May. It was just crazy weather. Zwicky's Triplet. I think this one's too small, but if I recall correctly, that might be an interesting one. Yeah, that's too small. Might be something for the reflector if I ever sort it all out. Silver streak. Yeah. Yeah, that derecho was rough. Hello, Aiden. Welcome back. So many good choices here. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, that would be no good. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That would be man, there are so many galaxies over here. Like, not even sure which ones I want to image here. Anything that says Lost Galaxy, I think I would consider that from Starfront, but here I'm afraid it might be too faint. Paper Kite Galaxy. Huh. M100. Oh, yeah. I'll do that one. M100. Thanks for the suggestions. No, no, I'll do M100, but I have a specific thing I want to image at next at Starfront to take advantage of its unique. It's very southern visibility. So let me go image M100, i.e. the blow dryer galaxy. Use light pollution. Nope. And we'll go live on that one. Third one. Yeah. No, I feel. I mean, that's good. Given that it's at the coast, that makes sense. Well, I mean, it is a Messier object, so might be okay. Konus Konuski? What is that? Clouds for a month. So that storm might hit Brisbane. Morning, Corin. Thanks for joining. Oh, hey. Hello, Manuel from Tijuana. Is that right? Or is it TIJ? I don't know if it is. Is there actually a TIJ, or is it is it Tijuana? Are you saying Tijuana? Oh, that's the brand of your reflector. Yeah, I don't know if I've heard that one before. Yeah. Tijuana. Cool. I actually know someone who's just down the road in Esplanada, I think. Yeah, while it weekends, that's rough. Want to set up a live camera like, I mean, they do have, I guess it depends on what you want to use it for. I mean, like where is the video going to go? There are like IP cameras. There are IP cameras you can get. Very foggy in London. Yeah, Ensenada. Yeah, I haven't been there, but I might go down there at some point. Yeah, it looks really nice based on what I've seen. I've been close to Tijuana, but I was in San Diego once, but I haven't been to Tijuana. I almost flew there recently. I mean, not recently, but I almost flew there last year or the year before. No, it was a couple years ago. Almost went there. Had a change of plans, so didn't. Yeah, not great weather. Oh, to your mobile? I mean, like, the first thing that comes to mind that's easy, like you can get like these cloud cameras. I mean, it depends. Like, is it for watching your own house or is it like watching stuff remotely? Because like there's different brands of cloud camera that you can get. Some they have different trade-offs. But like Nest, for example. I've had a couple of Nest cameras and they work fine, and they don't need a computer, they just need Wi-Fi. They work fine. Just weather or sky view. Yeah. It would need low light. Yeah, there are some there was one I was looking at. Actually, what is it? Yeah, I actually have one down here. It's a Rio Link, and I actually saw it on someone's astronomy live stream that they used in their like observatory cam, and it was didn't take much light, and it runs over IP, so. Or you could do that, have a Raspberry Pi, DIY it. It's not that, it's pretty straightforward. I could always assist if you've never used a Raspberry Pi. Oh. So we've got one thing imaging here. And now this might be too ambitious, but I'm feeling ambitious. This might be. We'll see if this is a bridge too far or not. We will see. Yeah, it's just a tiny single board computer. It runs an ARM. It runs Linux, ARM processor. I mean, it's relatively user friendly. It's not too terrible, but that would definitely be a possibility. Sorry, I may have to get up again and stretch my legs, and get some more to drink. I'm not running a software update here. Thank you for offering. We're going off the deep end tonight. Hopefully not too bad. Yes, Raspberry Pis are computers, and they have HDMI. They have although they have like a weird mini HDMI. I just happen to have one here. It almost looks like a micro USB, but it's like a mini or micro HDMI. Yeah, and so that's you can plug it in. Yeah. And they also have like what do you call it? It has USB ports on it, and yeah. So it's you can plug it in, and it's the computer. It's the little computer I'm running at Starfront. Oh, nice. So here's the all sky setup with a little Raspberry Pi and the camera mounted to it. Yeah, but I mean, again, if you could set it up without plugging a monitor into it. Like, you can get into it remotely, but it could be a little. Wait, let me see if this is doing what I want it to do. Or it did. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if this took. Let me, sorry, I'm trying to figure out this thing that I'm trying to do, and the code is not letting me do it, which makes me a bit frustrated. So I'll just go here for now. Let's see. That makes no sense. Yeah, let me check something here real quick. Sorry, I'll take a look at the chat in a moment. Yeah, that's annoying. Index seems. Minus 31. It should really be yeah. All right. Well, we'll risk this. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix some code that I okay. All right. Sorry, I'm making an adjustment to the Seestar code. All right. Let me go check the chat. Sorry, I was trying to fix something. Yeah. Yeah, so... Oh, hey. Hello? Yeah, I'm just, yeah, trying to the Raspberry Pi thing. Yeah. I mean, there's... You want a monitor inside where you can watch from. And my all sky outside. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all right, let me see if I can get to this thing that I'm doing here. Let us see if I am. Let's see, yeah. 30 minutes, and hopefully I won't break it. Did I image the... Am I pointing at the right thing? No, I'm not pointing at the right thing. Okay. So we will try this. And again, I hope I don't break it. Okay. We shall see what we shall see. Yeah, I think it would depend. Oh, yeah. Did this work? Did this work? Or is it still finding the target? It is stacking. Oh, this is fantastic. I'm pushing my luck here, but I couldn't help myself. I could not help myself here. Yeah. I mean, Pi 4s are pretty capable. I guess it would... I got it. I got it. Oh, I'm a happy camper. I'm a very happy camper. Yeah, to the right it's M10. What was it? Yeah, the blow dryer. And on the left we have Centaurus A. Yeah, it is only. It is. I actually had to modify the ALP code because it wouldn't let me. Because the ALP code basically has to. It kind of is faking, lying to the, not lying to the Seestar. It's basically taking advantage of some things to. So the thing with equatorial mode is, if you think about it, and people have initially were doing this with the Seestar, they basically would lie to the Seestar. They'd have the app lie to it and convince it was at like the North Pole, which is really the same thing as being equatorial mounted. The only problem with that is if it has no awareness of what equatorial mounting is, it has safety logic in it that won't let you go below the horizon, which is zero equator. I mean, the celestial equator. Now, there was a way to kind of tell it to go below that, but the ALP code has some logic that would only let it go it wouldn't let it go far enough south of the equator and the celestial equator. So I just made a change to it because I think the logic was a little too conservative. And I know it's up, but it's 12 degrees above the horizon here. So at Starfront, it's like 11, just under 11 degrees above the horizon. Anyway, so I'm happy because this was like one of the targets that I was like, I even mentioned it to Bray at Starfront that I'm like, well, I didn't go into the details, but I was thinking that conceivably I could image it. It's high enough above the horizon from this part of Texas, but it's like you have to have a really clear, I mean, it's only 10 degrees above the horizon there, so. And it's not actually dropping any frames. That's fantastic. Well, that is awesome. I am a happy camper. That I managed to, only by making a code change, because I actually, while you guys were discussing Raspberry Pis, I tried to image it, and it failed, and I was looking through the logs kind of off camera, and I'm looking at it, and it's like, it said, this seems to be too far south for you. And so I was like looking in the code, and I was like, oh, I don't know about that logic. So I made a change, and that's why I was afraid, that I would break it. Let's see. Oh, okay. You sent it. I was looking on the server, but you sent it to me. Yeah. I mean, that would cover like those bundles. Now, this doesn't include the camera, but it includes the power, the adapter, the SD card, the case, and the cables to plug it into a monitor. And it actually does support, two, the Pi 5 supports 2 monitors, so you could plug it into 2. I mean, it's basically a little computer. Now, it like I say, it doesn't have the camera involved, included, but you can get the camera. Maybe, yeah. Maybe we could talk about it tomorrow, or something, because my brain's not quite processing everything that transpired. Okay. Next week. Yeah. Yeah, DM it to maybe with the 3 of us could have a chat on voice chat or something. Yeah, thanks for joining, Manuel. Really have a good evening. Thanks, and have a good evening. Thanks for joining. It's getting late here too, so my brain's I'm repeating myself sometimes. But yeah, I am really pleased with that. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have, like conceptually I knew Centaurus A gets high enough above the horizon, but I wasn't sure if I'd actually be able to pull it off here at Starfront. I wouldn't have been able to from up here, but from this new shelf, definitely. Let's see. All right. Sorry, I was on the Starfront Discord server. I just did a little screen capture of the Centaurus A to the smart telescope channel they have over there. Yeah, I'm really happy. Really, really happy with this. It's only about 8 minutes or 9 minutes of data. So I'll let this run. I think I did it for half an hour. So I'll just let it go for half an hour. And actually, I need to see, is this one about to end? I think this one, yeah, it's about to end. So I'm going to schedule something else on this one. And then I think I'm going to get up and stretch my legs. Because I'm a bit, what in the world? All right, let's look at what else we could image. Cool. So, what would be a good target for my backyard? My terrible horizon. The frame galaxy. Yeah, that one was a good one, the blow dryer. Yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll Sorry, I'm just kind of looking around at different targets. I could do mean, the conditions aren't too bad. And realistically, I'm not going to always be imaging every target with Starfront. So I think I'm going to do more time maybe on, let's see if there's any suggestions. Yeah. No, no worries. And that's, yeah, really, I'm really, really happy that I managed to get Centaurus A. So I'm going to do the Whirlpool galaxy over here. And then I'm going to go stretch my legs a bit. And I'll do 30 minutes here. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's kind of like, it's definitely pushing it. It's definitely pushing it from this latitude. And the only thing, like, I probably would have attempted it if I had the telescope at, like, not necessarily a Bortle 1, but, you know, just I would have tried to image it just even in spite of the conditions. But the fact that you know, the sky's pretty dark, I'm like, let me just go ahead and try it. Yeah, northern sky object. Yeah. No, I mean the only thing I really have NGC 3521. Oh, the bubble galaxy. That's a good one. Where is it? Oh, I could, yeah, let me make note of that one. There's so many good, I don't know how you would classify the size. They're not like super tiny, but galaxies that you can actually, that aren't too small in the Seestar. But I don't, like, I'm always running across ones that I hadn't seen before or I'd forgotten about, and I think this is one of those that kind of escaped me. Okay, let's go look at this. Oh, wow, it's already showing something there. Let's see. Huh. Just kind of checking. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs. And I am quite pleased. Yeah. All right. I need to, like I say, I've got to go stretch my legs because it's just too much time in one position. But I'll be back. I will be back shortly. Yeah, so I think I set it for half an hour, so it's got about 11, 12 more minutes. But this is encouraging. This means I can get a lot more time from this because it's still, I don't think it's at its peak. Yeah, it's not to the meridian until 3 a.m. and it'll be 17 degrees above the horizon. So still pretty low. I mean, 17 degrees here, but I'll be right back. Gonna get some more to drink, another root beer, and just stretch my legs. I'm back. That's looking pretty good. That'll be definitely nice. A nice target here. So, yeah, because like, yeah, that'll be cool. I was just thinking it'll be cool because, like, as we go more into spring and summer, I'll be able to. I mean, it's late, pretty late, but I'll be able to bring this up on other live streams that are like in May. I'd be able to image it at like 10 p.m. So that would be cool. There's some interesting things down here. There are some interesting things down here. All right. Okay. So how much time do I have left on that? Okay, 3 more minutes. This is a target I want to get more time on, definitely. But very nice. Wow. I am definitely very pleased. Oh, hey, good morning, Midlife Crisis. You joined at a very opportune time. I've got Centaurus A up here. For about 2 more minutes, and then I'm going to move on to the next target. And then on the right is M51. Yeah, that's and it's weird because like I was dropping frames at times, but I'm like dropping no frames right now. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure if I'd be able to reach it. Like theoretically I figured, but it's low. It's like 10 degrees above, just over 10 degrees above the horizon. It's pretty low. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, my latitude's 29.5, and this is actually from Starfront remote observatory, which is at like 31 degrees. But yeah, still a lot further south than you. But yeah, I was just happy that I was able to get that. I can't image it from my house. I mean, theoretically I could, but realistically, it's, I mean, too much foreground clutter around here. So let me check something here. Let's pick now. Let's see. So yeah, that's it's like 13 degrees above the horizon at Starfront. So it's pretty, that was pretty low. So I'm going to try something even lower. Because of course. And we will see if this works. Okay. All right. It did. It really did. I did even yep. That is Omega Centauri. The if I recall correctly, the brightest globular cluster in the sky. And this is actually only 9 degrees above the horizon at the moment. Or maybe even slightly less. So we're really pushing it here. We are really, really pushing it. Wow. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, these, I'm definitely wanting to get more time on these targets. Good night, Astro Chris. Have a good evening. Yeah, good night, Seiko. Have a good evening, and I'll hopefully the weather calms down for you. Chat with you later. Let's see. Yeah, so that is. Let me see what Starfront's conditions look like. Because at one point they said clouds would be coming in, but I don't see any. So that's good. That is a lot of stars. That is a very impressive globular cluster. Now, the second brightest globular cluster, I think, is way too far south for me. Like, it's below the horizon. Let's see, it is the brightest. Yeah, that's really far south. It's this one. But it's really far south. It's minus 72 declination, so that's not going to happen. Not from where I am. $47 to Kene. Yeah, it's minus 72. So yeah, it's right next to the Small Magellanic, or near the Small Magellanic Cloud, so definitely not something I'd be able to image. It gets up to 11 degrees below the horizon here. So not quite. All right. Yeah, I definitely want to get more time on this and maybe even do, since some of the stars go beyond the frame for the Seestar, maybe I'll do a mosaic of it at some point. But before I do anything like that, I'm going to take this and process it, see what how it looks. And honestly, I mean, considering this is being taken from my the conditions must not be too bad here, because I feel like I'm getting a decent amount of detail here. It's half an hour, not too bad. I think it's going to be finishing soon. Let's see what Astrospheric says. Yeah, it says average seeing. Maybe I'm so used to having below average seeing that I forget what average, or transparency, I forget what average is like. Yeah, so my long-term goal is to have live streams at least 3 times a week, but kind of spaced out. Monday, Thursday, Saturday is what I've kind of been thinking. And then for like certain special events, like the upcoming lunar eclipse, I would do, you know, a separate stream. And I wouldn't, if the conditions were bad on those days, I would move it around. But I'm hoping with between here and Starfront, I'll have some flexibility where I could potentially go do a live stream like last night where it was Starfront only or a local only, and kind of spread things out a bit over the week, and but yeah, we'll see. The other thought is, yeah, and then maybe if I'm observing on one of the off weeks, I would do maybe I'd do something on Discord. That was one of my thoughts. I know Stephen was talking about coming online at 3 a.m. or so, my time, which is still an hour away from now. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be going for another hour. Oh! Funny, I was just about to be like, are you, I don't know if I'm going to make it. Oh, let me see this. You're imaging the globular that I was just talking about that I can't image. Well, that's cool. That's funny. Very nice. Yeah, it's just way too south for me. Oh, it's not completely dark yet. Oh, it's kind of late there. That's interesting. But I guess it all depends on not the time, but where you are actually within the time zone. But yeah. This one is, let me look at it now. Yeah, I haven't dropped any frames on this. In equatorial mode, it's just been kind of hit or miss. But I'm just pleased that I'm able to reach it from my or from Starfront. Yeah. Alarm set for 2 hours from radiant flip, so better get at least 2 hours. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. No, thanks. Thanks for joining. Star Traveler, have a good evening. I'm yeah, like I say, I'm not 100% sure how much longer I'll last. Because unlike last night where I was only at Starfront, I do have 2 telescopes sitting outside that I have to bring in. So that's there's always that. Although in the case of the refractor, I need to just make sure everything is starting to shut down. I parked the mount. All right. And I can disconnect PhD. And I can close Nina. And I think it's all. What else do I need to do? Don't need to do anything else. I'll just shut it off. Shut down the mini PC that runs the refractor. Which the angle looks a lot weirder than it is. But the position it parked to is a little off, so I'm gonna have to fix that tomorrow. But yeah, that's cool. We're getting the 2 brightest globular clusters in the sky. Both southern targets. I'm just glad that I'm able to get to one of them. Oh, and did you were you on the stream, Stephen, when I was, not today, but it was another day, where I figured that, hold on a second. I figured that, what did I just do? Okay. Yeah, the Carina Nebula is not at Starfront, but here is is like right at the horizon, like partly on the partly above and partly below, like basically almost impossible to image. Oh man. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, you saw that. When I was looking at that, I'm like, I think I had seen it once before, but it had been a while, and I guess maybe I hadn't seen some of the images you guys have taken of, like you or Seiko had taken of it, and I'm just like, are you kidding me? It's like almost there. And yeah, look, running chicken is also almost is just a little bit below the horizon. And the other one I noticed is too, the Large Magellanic Cloud is well, it's 18 degrees below the horizon, but it seems like it's so close and yet so impossibly far. But the fact that that one was like on the horizon was like, oh, come on. Oh, nice. You know, one thing I could do since I'm imaging, since it is late, I don't think I'm going to be, and I'm kind of having more and more trouble trying to image things with the local Seestar. I'm going to just shut it down for now. Or I'll park it. I'll park it. And I'll bring it in later. But then at least I'm not so this has still got 10 more minutes. This is turning out really nice. That is a really great globular cluster that I have literally never imaged before. Running chicken in general. Let me check. We've got running chicken. Oh yeah, nice. Ah. Yeah. Wow. That is nice. That is so many nice big, I don't know, nebulas and globular clusters and a bunch of other stuff in the southern sky. Well, since you're imaging the southern sky, maybe I'll pick another southern target that's kind of at the edge of what I can do. I don't think I'm gonna try to do anything further south than this. At least not tonight. But this is Omega Centauri is only like 9 degrees above the horizon. At Starfront, let me unpin this. Oh, this is nice. This is Icarus's Sombrero galaxy. That's getting some nice detail in there. I should image that at some point. So, yeah, here Omega Centauri is 11 and almost 11 and a half. So at Starfront, it must be under, it's got to be under 9 degrees above the horizon. But I'm not going to do any lower. I don't think so. Although I saw this Omega, it's very low for you. Yeah. Tweezers. What is this? What? Oh, that's a weird one. I don't know if I feel that ambitious tonight. What other ones would be in this vicinity? That's cool, but tiny. Heart and Dagger cluster. Dish. Mass A48. I just wanted to make sure it's still stacking. I think the north is going to be a I don't know. I don't know what the limit will be to the north. Ooh. Oh, this is starting to rise. I could... That's to the southeast. I'll try to do that on a night when it's a bit higher. Because otherwise that might be too much, or the result won't. It's not worth it. Whereas this is like as high as some of these get for me. There are so many galaxies over here. Oh wow, nice. There you go. It's such a bright target. It's really, although it's funny, you say it's 17 degrees, that's still higher than it is for me. It's, for me, it's like 9 degrees above the horizon. Yeah. 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 That is, I mean, it's funny because we do overlap enough. And the fact that I'm imaging like something particularly far south, and it's like super low on the horizon, and it's about as high as it'll get for me, or yeah, it is definitely not used to that. Yeah, star trails, yeah. Yeah, let me see what mine is, how mine is doing. Didn't actually drop any frames, which it's been hit or miss with me with equatorial tonight, but I don't know if you heard me talking about it, but I got Centaurus A earlier, but the ALP code has some logic in there to prevent you from imaging things that are too far below the celestial equator based on your latitude. And I ended up modifying the code because it wasn't allowing me to go to Centaurus A or Omega Centauri, but now it does. I just have to be careful that I don't basically have it do something that it doesn't want to do. But yeah. Yeah, it's only gonna go for about a minute more, and then it's gonna stop for me. Because I only had to go for half an hour. It's amazing how bright that is. Where even in the live view, it's just like, yeah, I'm not used to. Okay. It's only 2 or 3 more, and then it'll be done. There we go. So what would be another target I could, that's kind of southern, that I could try? What's that? The Rosette Nebula? That's tiny. Try not to. Wait, what's over here? I wonder what would be something. I mean, is the Tweezers galaxy worth imaging? Looks kind of good. Looks okay. Still having trouble. Oh yeah. It's dropping a lot of frames. Yeah, sometimes the Seestar just, it'll do that, and no idea why. Is the Tweezers galaxy worth trying to image? Actually, let me turn on this. Just trying to see if there's other things in the red survey that look interesting. What is this? Iota's Ghost. I did the southern pinwheel, so I kind of worked my way down. Southern pinwheel to Centaurus A to Omega Centauri. does this look like? That looks faint. Oh, there's a comet there. Yeah, it's also kind of faint. Of course, I'm imaging from Starfront, so it shouldn't theoretically be an issue, but you never know. Yeah, I don't know. Do I want to? Maybe I don't go super low. Because like some of these things are going to get much higher in the sky. So it's kind of probably not necessary to try to image them now. Oh, Vesta. Vesta is bright. Let's see, what would be something to try that maybe isn't. Yeah, the problem is the Milky Way right now is kind of at the horizon. What would be a good one? NGC 253, let me check. Sculptor, no, it's I mean, I can see it sometimes, but right now it's below the horizon. Actually, that reminds me, when is it visible? Yeah, unfortunately, it's setting like right as things get dark in the evening, so it's not really viable right now. NGC 27. Oh, it is right at the horizon, but it actually does get high enough to image earlier in the evening, so I'll add it to the list. Oh, that is funky. What? Okay, that's definitely going high on the list. This is something I could image, like, I could definitely image this, like, even starting after 9 p.m. So next clear night. Yeah, yeah. And especially if I get it near its peak. That is funky. I don't know how else to describe it. It looks like it has hair. looks like it has red hair. Let me make note of this one. GC 2736. 2736 Pencil Nebula. Yeah, that looks like an awesome target. So what would be another one that might, because even if it's not visible now, it could be something that I could, might be visible, like in the case of this one, later. I mean, earlier in the evening. I've been leaning to the left so much, I think my left hip, I've been putting too much pressure on it. It's made it sore. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah. I mean, anything, so like Omega Centauri has a declination of -47, and so I think, yeah, like anything like into the anything higher than like the -50s would probably be okay. So -40s are doable at some point. It's like I imaged this southern pinwheel, but not the other southern pinwheel, which is, I think it was like much too south. So basically, things above like this line, like there's some of these, like the Prawn Nebula, I figured I should be able to image. NGC 6200? Don't know that one. Good nebula near NGC 6164. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, this whole area looks... Yeah. And when is this visible? Yeah, so it's like at 4 in the morning. 4:30 in the morning, so there are, let me make note of this one. Right. It has no name. Yeah. Oh, that looked cool. Oh, and then Seiko's favorite, the dragons of Ara or Era. C79 Queen's Cache. That might actually be doable. But, Southern Beehive. And Canopus is definitely visible from Starfront. So, String of Pearls. Oh, this is a different southern pinwheel, but also visible, just not right now. That's probably too far south. Yeah, I'm sure that's too far south. Summer Rose Star. Let me put the horizon back and put the time back to now. I'm definitely going to have to start imaging some of these dark nebulas. Some pretty cool ones. That's Omega Centauri is looking good. See, we could do kind of the opposite of not the opposite, kind of like a messy marathon, but like observing live stream and just keep changing time zones and just do like 24 hours. Hand off between hemispheres and C72, but not at the moment. Let me look at that. I want to look that up. Oh yeah, the string of pearls. I did when I saw the others. Yeah, that looks nice. Let me make. Yeah, and that's plenty high enough. Let me make note of that one for future reference. When is that visible? Not even in this, yeah, I guess maybe in a few months. Yeah, in a few months it'll, that looks like a cool one. Oh, image in general, let me check it out. Nice. Let me, yeah, that's cool. Very nice. Yeah. So the good thing is, it is something I can image, just not this like in a few months, be able to image it. So that looks great. Yeah, no, I mean, well, and plus, you know, it's low in my sky, so there will, well, low in the Starfront sky, so there's a limit to what I can get out of it. So, no, that looks like a cool one. I may have to wrap it up just because of my back and neck. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe what I'll do is I'll actually leave the stream running for a bit longer. I'll just go away and start packing up the telescope. Maybe I'll even image something at Starfront while I'm doing it. Maybe I image Centaurus A again, because I really like that target, and I feel like I could get more time on that. And that's still, yeah, it's nearing the zenith, so I could do that for another half hour, and then while I'm doing that, I can pack up stuff, and I'll have, if you're going to continue observing, I can keep that up and running, and then yeah, and then I'll end the stream when I go to bed. Yeah, cool. So let me do that. Let me get Centaurus A going at Starfront, because it's a bit higher above the horizon than when I imaged it earlier. So it should be good. Let me see. Image. It does these. Let me go do something here. Okay, cool. So I can just grab the coordinates, and I'm not necessarily going to let it run the whole time, but I'll try 45 minutes this time, and I will kick it off. Might as well take advantage of it still being clear at Starfront. There it is. I see it right there. There we go. It's starting to stack. And actually, before I forget, okay, cool. Just checking something. All right. Yeah, cool. Okay. I'm actually also pulling all the data off off the Seestar while I'm thinking of it. So I'm gonna leave this here, and I will probably be appearing shortly on the all-sky camera as I start bringing stuff in. But yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. Be right back. Yeah, okay. I will be back. Well, you'll see me in the interim, like I say, disassembling stuff in front of the all-sky camera. Hello, I'm back. So new target. NGC 3372 Keyhole Nebula. That's cool. Maybe I'll let that go for a little. I mean, I shouldn't say let it go. I may let since I queued up a lot of time on the stream, I mean on Centaurus A, I think maybe I'll keep it going. So we start off between Dark Sky and Bortle 1 and Bortle 9 with a variety of targets. And now we're ending it with some southern targets. Thanks to Stephen, who is doing the Keyhole Nebula, because I'm very limited since I'm still in the middle, but it's not linear. It's looking Bortle 5. Oh yeah, no. I mean, but it was more about like we're going to we're imaging southern skies and not really focusing on the Bortle. Started off as a Bortle comparison and ended in a southern target thing. Yeah, the southern tour. Hello, De La Hoz Camacho. Yeah, it's interesting because at one point I fixed that. So I don't know why it broke again. But at one point it was because I was using kind of the unsupported mosaic mode that was in older firmwares, and I noticed that it broke, and it was before mosaic mode went out officially. So I don't know what. I thought I had implemented a fix that was generic, but I guess I wasn't. Yeah, so it's pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you. It seems pretty good. It will be interesting to see if the official equatorial mode, how the mosaics work with that. I assume they're probably going to do the same kind of spiral pattern, but the overlap should be better or more not predictable, but more more deterministic kind of overlap. So it'll be interesting to see. And since a lot less waste. But also, like, if it has a lot of failed frames, like now that means the field's rotated more, and so it really kind of, I think that's why whenever you have where it says it'll take an hour and it takes like 2 hours, because one of my thoughts was, well, maybe part of it is with the failed frames, it ends up having to take more frames to fill in the gaps. I don't know. Maybe not. But it should be. I'm having a hard time articulating it. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the Messier Marathon's live stream, because that'll end up being even longer than this, almost twice as long as this. I'll definitely have to make sure I get a good night's sleep with that. Discord, yeah, that's another reason we need to get the Discord server boosted. Is that'll I think that helps as well. Let me see. Because I think when the server is boosted, no, it's Discord server boost. So we're at level 1 right now. Goes up to 720. 60 FPS doesn't help us. But then level 2 increases the uploads to 50 megabytes, which will be good. Also goes up to 1080p, which is good for live streams. Also better audio, which is fine. Yeah, this allows 100 megabyte but it doesn't improve the live streams. How much data do I have? 20 minutes. So I'll let it go for another 20 minutes. I mean the stream. Screen capture in general. Let's check this out. Check it out. Oh, nice. So let me... Oh, okay. They changed the UI, and so I was a little... Here we go. Why won't it let me zoom out? So yeah, a lot more detail in there. some nice structure. It's an interesting looking nebula. Just very interesting. The shape of it. Yeah, screen capture in general. Cool, thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. But now that I have more of a vested interest in it, just for my live stream sake, it's I'll probably revisit it sooner rather than later. What? Jeez. I am taking so much data from Starfront. I mean, I'm doing so much imaging at Starfront. I did 11 gig of imaging yesterday, and today it's already another 7 gig. It's so much. Yeah. Oh. Hey, hi, Dane. Yeah. I mean, did I take a nap earlier? Well, I didn't sleep enough last night, and so I think I ended up taking a nap during lunch. But yeah, I've been going over 7 hours at this point. This will be my longest live stream, actually. But it will be when the Messier Marathon happens. I definitely will. I'll probably do an all-night live stream. I'll definitely have to make sure I'm well rested for that. Yeah. And I haven't taken any vacation days, so maybe I'll take a vacation day. Or a couple of vacation days, one for the day before and the day after the Messier Marathon. Or the day before that evening or that night, and then the day after. I'll probably I'll probably do that, because otherwise it's just gonna be tricky. Yeah, I'm really happy that at least I'm able to. I mean, I had it in my head. It's like, I know I'm not going to be seeing the Magellanic Clouds or any of those other objects, but I knew there was potential for Centaurus A and Omega Centauri, and so from that point of view, I'm delighted. And given how low that is on the horizon, and I guess the other thing for me is I'm coming from like Bortle 9, where I have so many artifacts and noise in my images that I'm quite happy with, given that this is only like 10-11 degrees above the horizon, that I'm getting better results than I would get looking straight up. Oh, hey. Hello, Marco. Yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah, this is a particularly long live stream for me. I normally don't go past midnight or 1 in the morning my time. But it's 3 a.m. here now. So thanks for joining. I probably go about another 20 minutes. I'm imaging Centaurus A here, and I think I set it for. Did I set it for 45 minutes? I think I did. Well, whenever it's wrapped up, I'll stop. And yeah, the dark skies are very nice. I'm quite pleased with it so far. well, I say so far, but I'm quite pleased with it. I mean, just the fact that I'm able to get Omega Centauri is huge, but yeah, just everything so far has been great. And then Steven's sharing a mosaic of the Keyhole Nebula, which I definitely cannot image because it's way too south. It's a very interesting nebula. I guess it's no different. I mean, like all the ones I'm just kind of used to. It's just... Anyway, I'm gonna stop trying to ramble for now. I wonder... Oh, okay. Centaurus A. Let me check. Oh, nice. Yeah, see. If I were to... for me to get one of these results, I would need a lot more time and processing, but... And even then, you know, given that it's so low, some of it might be hard to correct. But still, that's awesome. Yeah, so... yeah, so the mosaic... I mean, what Steven is doing, he's doing a mosaic that you set up in the app, but he's viewing it in Alp. So as the Alp mosaics only, they're panel based. And so you'll see an individual panel being stacked, but to combine them into a mosaic currently is not an option. One thing I personally had thought about doing is using some other software, like on a PC, to, you know, grab. But even then, yeah, I don't know. It's something I've thought about doing, or I've thought about how could we do it, but currently no. It's something where you would do the panels and then do it kind of offline, not like live stacking. So you take the individual panels and then run it through like ASTAP or one of the others, you know, like it's a couple, you know, it could be 2-3 steps or more, to kind of combine the panels. And then you take the individual fit files from each panel, combine them using ASTAP, and then process it. Like that's how people are usually doing it with Alp. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with I mean, the general dark skies and being able to image, especially imaging, like doing the head-to-head between Bortle 1 and 9 with the light pollution filter. I mean, the Starfront images were better, but it's still like workable at home. But then the like low surface brightness targets like the hidden galaxy or Dryer's Nebula, which I imaged earlier today. Those are targets that I've found, I'll say, essentially impossible in any, like I could theoretically image them if I just spent tens of hours, maybe 100 hours trying to image it, just because there's such low surface brightness and my sky brightness is so bad. And they're targets you wouldn't use a light pollution filter, so you don't have that. And they're so dim, like when I was doing Dryer's Nebula, it's such a dim target that it was hard to tell where the nebulosity might have been and what was actually a gradient. And so the fact that like there was not much of a noticeable gradient at Starfront was really, it's really nice for certain types of objects that haven't been able to image here. Spot on image. Yeah, it's a nice, the keyhole. Well, and also his Centaurus A. It's very nice. Yeah, so I think I set it for 45 minutes, so another 10 minutes and I'll wrap it up. The good thing is I pulled in all my gear except for the all-sky camera. I might start doing this going forward, especially on nights where I have, only on nights where I have Starfront, where I'm imaging at Starfront. I can just keep some Starfront imaging and then kind of get up, stretch my legs, but also kind of start bringing in my local gear. And then, yeah, I think that'll make things easier. Because otherwise, like on the nights where it's midnight and then I end up going downstairs and bringing stuff in and I'm just more tired, whereas I could bring in stuff at like 11 p.m. if I've imaged what I wanted to image locally, and then just do the rest from Starfront. I think I'll do that when I can, because that'll help. I tell you, this the Starfront is gonna it's I can see why people have observatories like at their homes, because like last night, the fact I was able to run it for 5 hours and I didn't park the scope at the end, like it was still open, but by the time I woke up the roof was closed, so I'm like, well, that was nice. I didn't have to do anything. And if some rain cropped up in the middle of the night, the roof closes, so I don't even have to think about it. So I can see why people have like observatories where they automate the heck out of stuff. Could definitely make it a lot easier. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they have fiber. I wasn't 100% sure, but I'm getting, when I did a speed test during the day there, when they probably had lower traffic, I was getting close to a gigabit both directions. And I don't think Starlink does anything like that. Plus the latency seems kind of low. I think when I did the speed test, it suggested it was like an ISP. So they got to have something like fiber or something. or some kind of dedicated line. Actually, I can look at something right now. What would be a way to do this? Okay. Let me see what. Right. Let me see. All right, I'm logging into. That was weird. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's it's some kind of ISP, I guess. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, they've got some kind of. Yeah, it's. Yeah, the ping time's too low, I think, to. But yeah, as far as I know, they're using some kind of fiber or something similar. Yeah, car can't be Starlink. Right. Yeah. Like, yeah. I wasn't 100% sure, but I had suspected as much that maybe like future generation will be that fast. But yeah, I figured as fast as that is, and given that it's symmetric, I was like, well, cool. Let me check something here. Okay, cool. Let's see. So by default, no, but you can request it. I didn't because I'm since I'm using a VPN tailscale, I like the IP really doesn't matter, but they do offer that, and it doesn't seem like it's at any charge. Like maybe they have a block of IPs, I don't know, or whatever service, whatever level of service they have, maybe they throw in IPs. But yeah, it is an option. And I don't know, because I've seen some other hosting providers where the bandwidth is shared, and others where it's like maybe they're doing traffic shaping to keep it but it also like limits your top speed. but I don't know what kind of setup they have for that. I know they have some like a network per building. But I don't know what that like beyond just, you know, routers and or switches and Wi-Fi. I don't know. I mean, I'm a relatively new customer and I didn't feel like probing them for when I was there. That said, I was curious. I'm saying it from like my own point of view. I'm like, I want to ask all these questions, but I'm not going to. Not today. I'll wait. Because they might be like, why do you need to know that? Oh, okay. I see what's going on there. Cool. Yeah, that's that keyhole is Nebula's doing well. Like it's filling in pretty quickly for I'm curious. Oh, it's about to finish. This is about to finish. That looks pretty good. I'm looking forward to trying to combine this Centaurus A data with the I think half hour I took earlier. That could be pretty cool, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of how it can be cleaned up. Since, I mean, again, it's pretty low to the horizon. Yep, there we go. It's all done. So, yeah. Is it filling in? Oh, nice. Nice. Right. I keep trying to click on things, but they don't. I'm not clicking on them. Yeah, Jupiter, that's cool. Yeah, yeah, of course, because of my obstructed horizon at home, Jupiter's already kind of blocked pretty early in the evening. And so like with my sky camera, I just see Mars. Because I mean, at the beginning of the evening, and even then, although when I went outside earlier before the stream started to drag out, or no, was that today? And that was last night. I dragged out the or no, that was today. I was looking outside and I saw Venus still, but it's behind, almost behind a building. Plus it's on the west side, so I can't even image it from my backyard. That's pretty cool. Well, that keyhole nebula is turning out really nice. But I think I am going to wrap it up. I've been going 7 hours and 40 minutes, and I think that is a new personal record for live stream. I will probably break that in a few weeks for the Messier Marathon. I don't think I'll be live streaming tomorrow, Saturday night, but I might do some on Discord. And yeah, if you're on the Discord server, or if you're not, you definitely should join. And if you are, you can check out Steven's observations, and I will probably check it out before I fall asleep. But in the meantime, thanks for joining, and I will see you in the next one. It'll probably be, I don't know what day, maybe Monday. Maybe I'll do a live stream Monday. We'll see. Play it by ear. But yeah, good night. You'll leave it all night. Cool. And good night, Steven. And to everybody else, thanks for joining, and clear skies.